Kasila, no hita ka punta to Kasila. Tapos na wables, don't kupiet to Kasila. O to na uhibe na we chose ni woke one like a kupiet to Kasila. And we chose your shita one cake, ush cake to Kasila, Shina. But they don't use that to Kasila. O kind of in a unshika bit to Kasila. O venture we chose ni woke kupiet to Kasila. That yes.
Hey, 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 oh hey hunke snilena jinkelo ay yo klatewa oya teki haya we chi champing da chale chamu veloyo ay lo kilama.
Okay, we have a few that are requesting to be excused today. We have Lila, she has medical, Sheriff's on travel, Jordan's on travel. I believe they went to here for the Tribe Relations Day in Pierre. Wayne's gonna be late, Dara's gonna be late, and Lisa Whitepipe's gonna be late. So anybody else that needs to be excused. Martha, did you have your hand up?
At 2 o'clock, I need to be excused.
Anybody else? If not, we need a motion to approve the excuses. Fremont. Second by Emily, question by Ray. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. We have an agenda approval. We have the regular agenda today. We all know that last week we went through a lot of resolutions, so I don't know if we have a whole lot of resolutions as far as our committees since then, but we need a motion to approve the agenda. If there's not anything else on there that you wanted to add. Motion by Martha. Any second? Chris?
No, I was just gonna, good morning, council. Git Kelly, Mantra, Peach, Tail, Champagne, Shoes up. I was just gonna ask if you have, Bob Oliver come down today too, just to go over the plans so that we all know. And I know they had a meeting just the other day
Okay,
too.
we can do that, okay. Okay, we need a motion to approve Fremont. Second by Bill, question by Charles. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. We have the constitutional officers, the Bureau of Indian Affairs. The Bureau of Indian Affairs is here, and Bodine is here. I keep forgetting what your title is. Now it's always used to be Office of Special Trustee, but you have to remind me every time.
Yeah, Bureau of Trust Funds Administration.
Bureau of Trust Funds and Administration. We'll start with the BIA.
Good morning, Council. Happy New Year. It's been a while since we sat down and did our report, at least a couple months, or since November. So not too much has has changed over the holidays as far as what we've been up to. Everybody should have a copy of BIA's monthly report. For the agency operation status, we're still advertising a lot of these positions. This is on page 2. The following are announcements that have been currently being advertised on USA Jobs. Forestry Technician, GS 46206, position for the Rosebud Agency Branch of Fire Management, Rosebud. Forestry Technician, GS 6. Forestry Technician, GS 67. Those two positions are the fields crew that we're trying to hire a fields crew. Right now, a 5-person fields crew. We hired 1 individual so far. We're trying to get 4 more on board so we can start doing a lot more prescribed burning and a lot more fields work. The following are job announcements that have been currently closed, awaiting for the selection process. We have a forestry technician, fields. With that position, that there was no individuals on the cert, so that's going to be re-advertised. And this position's probably been advertised at least five times. The announcement, wildland firefighter, these are the TRN positions, the GS3s, 4s, and 5s. Received the cert for, we have 2 positions that we're trying to hire, and we got a pretty big cert on the GS3. We had a cert for the GS4. But again, no local individuals on the cert. So we need to, at the agency, we need to discuss if we want to re-advertise, just because we didn't get any local individuals on the cert. The following job announcement has been requested to be re-advertised, so forestry technician, and this is the wildland fire operations specialist. Forestry tech, GS5, TRM, and 3 positions for the following GS4 for the Great Plains region here at Rosebud. We made some offers and they were declined. So back to the drawing board and re-advertising those positions. The following positions are currently waiting for classification approval to advertise. Rangeland management specialist, a GS 579. A request for eligible forwarded to the AO for the admin officer. Staff support assistant, Indian services. Request for RD approval to recruit. Natural resource specialists, GS 579, there's 2 positions. And request for the RD approval to recruit. We will send on 524. And the fire management officer, and that's a GS 12. Request sent to HR classification on 8/17, and we're still waiting to hear back on that position. That is a pretty critical position that we need here at the fire program too. We need a manager here at the fire hall. Any questions on those positions? Okay, social services. The allocation amount of $177,513 was forwarded to the fiscal year, this is 23 funding, it's forwarded to fiscal year 24. Oh, I got that mixed up. We got an allocation of $177,000 for fiscal year 24. And then for fiscal year 23, we still have $63,110,000. And right now we're using the 23 funding. And when that's depleted, we'll start using the 24 allocation. For the month of December, there were 8 burial assistance applications taken and approved for the month of December. 11 payments to the funeral homes were processed this month, totaling $41,508. There were no emergency assistance application taken for the month of December. As of December 28th, 2023, the allocation balance for the remaining fiscal year 23 funds was $58,738. And the allocation balance for fiscal year 24 was $61,110, and one pending payment to the funeral home. There's a little spreadsheet for the last 3 months, October 23. Payments was 16,000. November 23 payments, 61,000. December 23 payments, 41,000. And the allocation balance as of December 28th, 121,848. There was 8 approved burial assistance applications. Any questions on social services?
Hey, Rick. What kind of emergency assistance do you guys help with, so other stuff?
There's like fire, like if somebody's house burns up or whatever,
Oh, okay.
and they'll come in and do an application, and it's mostly fire, fire related, structure fire. Any other questions? Facilities. Facility program assisted with the Rosebud Agency roof replacement construction for building 1004, and that's the mission office. There was just a few items that needed to be completed before the closeout of that contract. Building 63 contract A21AV00477, Rosebud Sioux Tribe was awarded the contract. Rosebud Sioux Tribe passed a resolution to return the contract award funding back to the Bureau of Indian Affairs. There was no activity on that this month. He-Dog contract. A modification has been approved for He-Dog. He-Dog School, and the A&E firm hired is Hermanson Egg Engineering. They will be preparing drawings to re-roof building number 515, the main school building. They will also perform environmental remediation for building 515, 506, 508, 517, and number 5. Quarters are not included in this plan. Waiting for contract solicitation to award for a project. No activity for the Rosebud pilot project. Those are the quarters. Assisted with the Rosebud Agency HVAC design project for building 1004, and that's the main office there, or the BI office in Mission. The 10,000-gallon underground fuel oil tank at building 104, and that's over at Law Enforcement Center, the old one, is compromised and will need a new tank. In the meantime, the facility staff completed a PO to the Creek Development Corporation, a local Indian vendor, and the contractor installed a 2,000-gallon above-ground fuel oil storage tank and is operational, so they have heat. We made sure that they, before it got cold, that we had that done, so that was, they probably went one day got a little cold, but. Self-determination. Any questions on facilities? Sorry, Emily?
Emily, go ahead, Ben.
Oh, Ben.
Thank you, Council. I was just kind of curious about some of these facilities, I know some of the quarters, are those like housing?
Yeah, quarters will be housing.
So, right now, I do believe with the cold weather coming in, most of those houses are still, heated by fuel.
Correct.
And, I guess we got some people here in Rosebud who are trying to acquire some fuel. But I know the only place they get them is like at Sand Hills Oil, these other entities that come in and do that. But a lot of them say they don't have enough orders to get those. And I believe 2 of them have been sitting on empty, for about 2 weeks or so, not being able to get the fuel. So how can we alleviate that from the person living in that house? Because again, if it's the fuel, and it's hard to come up here, propane, they'll deliver right away. But fuel oil is one of the things that we can't. They say, well, there's not enough orders, or, the guy didn't come in. So I'm wondering, how can we, I guess, alleviate that, I guess, from them to pressure all the time and say, well, we gotta get fuel oil coming in. So do they need to be switched out or anything? Have you checked the
Are you talking for the government quarters or for?
Yeah. Well, the houses, the BI houses here.
Oh, BIS?
Yeah, BI houses, yeah.
I know a lot of us use CHS. Is it CHS?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But they have a minimum of 150 gallons to order. And I haven't run into any issues with when I order fuel oil.
Yeah.
For mine.
Yeah, for here, I know these quarters here, these houses here in Rosebud are old, the older ones. So it's not gonna take very much. I think they only use 200 gallons, I think, whatever, but it does go up pretty quick. So, and they've been having problems with that, especially, these older houses behind, Paul Hamas and everything. So that's why I'm kinda wondering is that, how can we, either switch those out or, for propane or, get some kind of relief for them to say, well, they need fuel oil, especially right now. A couple houses, I think she said she's been out for the past, a while here, a month.
Oh, really?
And so they don't get enough fuel oil orders here in Rosebud, so they don't come, they don't bring it. So, yeah, she's out of fuel oil because of the, cold weather coming in now. She's concerned about it. So, those are things I wanna make clear to the BIA to make sure that they do check on those types of things and then be able to maybe assist them in some way to help them. If you don't have a problem with it, maybe you can have CHS come down at the time
Sure.
that deal to.
Yeah, and when they sign their lease, it's their responsibility.
Yeah, it's their responsibility, that's what I'm saying, but fuel oil, the difference between fuel oil and propane.
Propane.
Anybody get propane, I mean, there's propane going on constantly every day here, which is great, but the fuel oil is a whole different deal. And the fuel oil is like, well, we don't have that, I don't got the truck, and he's not gonna be up until next week or something, I mean, and again, here, if they run out, especially right now, it's cold there, and some of them have kids, of course, we have a lot of illnesses going around too, so we wanna make sure that they stay warm, and, they're up on those, on that. So I know it's their responsibility, just like anybody else here on the reservation, when it's time for propane, it's their responsibility, but, for them to get that fuel oil is a little bit more challenging because it's fuel oil.
I can check on it with our facility and see what they can do, but like I said, I didn't really have any issues when I ordered.
Yep, that's what I'm saying,
It has to be 150 gallons or more though.
Yeah, I think my son lives in one, it's like almost $900 some dollars for
Yeah,
200 gallons, so he paid for the whole thing on that too. He always does, so fills it up, but that's the only problem is that for them to get here is one of the tough issues for them to get up here. So we have to call them and kind of pound them with it. So, and the one right door to him said she'd been calling for the past month, she was on E, and she has a little kid too there, so that's why I'm kind of concerned. But yeah, if you can kind of get something straightened out, I guess. And again, if they switched over to propane, no problem. We can say, hey, set it down there every month or something. But yeah, so we're just gonna try to get take a look at that though. So maybe thank you, those are the questions.
Yeah, and I can check on that with our facility.
Okay, thank you.
See if we can facilitate something or,
Yeah, something that would be helpful. Okay, yeah, that'll work.
and as far as, getting new furnaces and stuff, some of these houses are so old, we'd have to redo the whole
Yeah.
electrical system and.
Definitely, yeah, they're old.
Yeah.
But now, because of the heat, I mean, the cold weather, that's what I'm focusing on, is the cold weather right now, and not getting that fuel oil there to them right away,
Sure.
so that's the tough thing, so.
Okay,
Anyway,
yeah, I can check on that.
Okay, thank you.
Emily, do you have a comment, question?
Yeah, thank you. Just quickly, it was on the 10,000 gallon underground storage tank. Was that compromised situation? Was there any leaking that would involve cleanup required?
Yeah, it's from what the facility branch informed me is that it was leaking. And so they pumped out all the fuel out of there, and now we're trying to get funding to remediate that and get that corrected.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, if I know in the past there was a tank over here at one of these old buildings, and there was a plan to do some cleanup and things, and it didn't happen, it just got covered up, and the next day it was just flat. So I just wanted to make sure that there was a plan or cleanup.
Yeah, we don't do anything until we actually have a plan and bring environmental the environmental program from the region. And-
Thank you.
And they assist us with those types of plans.
Thank you.
Kathy, you have a comment,
Yeah.
question?
Good morning, council. Good to be back. I've been sick, so I've been gone. I just want to confirm something. Years ago, the jail, the old law enforcement services, that's still under the Bureau's management. Prior to the adult correctional facility being built out by Ring Thunder, there was a report done on that building where it was condemned. So I guess I'm just curious whether or not the Bureau's ever looked into actually finding a different building for our law enforcement services to be housed in, or we ourselves as a tribe have thought about moving them out of there and destroying that old building, because I actually have in my possession the environmental report that was done on it, because back then I was a grant writer for the tribe and I worked on the adult correctional facility grant that brought that here. And during that time, I got an assessment done on this old jail, and it had so many issues, it was supposed to be eventually put down. So have you ever looked into actually finding a replacement building for our law enforcement services? Or have you ever seen that report?
No, I haven't seen that report, but
I
that's
have it.
something I'm gonna check on.
I have it, I can get it to you if you
Sure.
want to see it.
Yeah,
I mean,
that
it's
can-
old, I'm sure that some of the things that were wrong at that time have actually gotten worse,
Yeah.
because some of it was having to do with mold, some of it with what you're talking
Mhm.
about here today. But I think that's something that, if not, that maybe together the Bureau and the tribe can come up with some type of funding resources. We've had all this ARPA money come in that we've used for everything under the sun. It seems like some things that are beneficial have been overlooked greatly, and I think that that's one of the things that we should be looking at. I mean, everything else is out in that location, and our law enforcement service building is still here. The court was also at that time, when I wrote that grant, was supposed to be moved out to adult correctional facilities, but along the way, I had left the tribe and modifications were done. I still have that in my portfolio as part of writing that grant for that structure.
Okay.
But a lot of things that were done, good intention, good planning, a lot of work was put into all of this, and not all of it was completed or done according to how things were written. So just talking about with what you're gonna have to do with the fuel, I mean, if the situation's compromised up there, you know, I'm pretty sure that was one of the issues. I'd have to go back and look at it. But I think that's something that we should collaboratively do between the Bureau and the tribe.
Sure, I agree. And, I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but there was a resolution from the previous administration that they were gonna, the BIA was gonna give that building to the tribe.
That's been going on
Yeah.
for a long time.
So,
Because
I mean-
that's why I brought it up, because probably 3, 6, almost 9 years ago, same discussion.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm not sure if the tribe still wants that building or not, but,
It's just probably a headache.
yeah, yeah.
Could do better. Thank you.
But yeah, I agree, yeah, we need to work on something, and if we need to, I'll get with our facility, not only here, but at the region, see what we need to do a collaboration to try to maybe get funding for a new building.
Yeah, and we are working on that as part of the process of getting through law enforcement through our 105L leasing, so that's in the process now. As a matter of fact, the treasurer's on talking to some people that we can borrow money from to make that happen, so it's coming in the future, so hopefully we get a new law enforcement and building and other buildings as far as using that 105L leasing. Ben, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just had a comment, which, I guess, for me too, I understand that, you know, the Fisher Committee, there was some requests, I think, or even, they are looking to, I guess, add on, or maybe even redo the courthouse also, so I guess put that in mind too. I mean, they were looking to do something to help to name it, put something in there, like add on the back part of it, or something to that effect, so I know I heard that too, so I think that might be something we have to look into.
That's part of the plan,
Is that part of that?
new justice center.
Yeah, that's what she was, yeah, that was brought up in that, one of our meetings, so I just want to make sure that we are aware of that too, in case they move forward or something.
Okay.
So
Sure.
What?
Just add to what Ben's saying, that was the plan when that grant was originally written. The way the infrastructure was done, it was done to be modified. At the time that the grant was written, it could only be written as it is. What they said at that point in time is, once the property belongs to you, we have built it in such a way that you can make modifications to move the Justice Center up there. That was the initial plan for that whole building up there and moving it there. It was built to modify it and put additional offices in there and court services.
That was just what was brought into the program, so, yeah, that sounds good, but yeah, just make sure it's not mold infested.
Go ahead, Ray.
Okay. Oh, I thought he was talking about this right over here. Okay, self-determination. The self-determination specialist has been tasked in assisting the Bureau of Indian Affairs Workforce Development Division in awarding public law the 477 grants. This is in addition to the awarding office duties for the Rosebud Sioux tribe. During the month of December, the awarding official completed 4 new grant awards and 6 modifications totaling a little over $4 million. The Pine Ridge Agency self-determination specialist is not yet certified as a level 1 awarding official, so Rosebud is training her and trying to get her up to speed. Our staff here at Rosebud Agency. The agency self-determination specialist got extended for another 120-day detail at the regional office. In addition to her supervisory authority, she assisted the region with the review, initiation, and awarding of non-construction 630 contracts. During the month of December 23, one new award and 1 modification was completed for $55,000. The following programs is delinquent in submitting narrative reports and are out of compliance with the terms of the contract, specifically Section D of the respective annual funding agreements, which is performed Head Start JOM. I'm not sure if we got the report yet, because this is report from December.
I think they're working on them.
Are they?
Yeah,
Okay,
they were working on them. They're aware of that they needed to get them in, so.
okay.
And the council, we usually have a quarterly meeting for our 630 programs and talk about their unspent money or their reports and that kind of business that we do out there. So we do that, try to do that at least every quarter, every 3 months, so they won't slip through and pull the whole year without doing reporting or being accountable for what they're doing in their program. So
We'd like to have them try to spend their own money first before they start. Consolidated Tribal Government Programs on December 12th, 2023, a narrative report was submitted by the Water Resource Program to describe the activities performed during the month of November. It will be compiled with other reports to meet the narrative reporting requirement for the 638 contract. On December 14th, the narrative report was submitted by enrollment program to describe activity. These are all the narrative that we received. And they're pretty much the same. Natural Resource Department, tribal courts. On December 2nd, they submitted their report. Law Enforcement Services. Official modification 8 was awarded on December 20th. This modification incorporates fiscal year 24 CR number 2, funding in the amount of almost $2.9 million, which is approximately the full remaining amount of fiscal year 23 base funding level. RST Corrections, the mod number 8 was awarded on December 21st. And that was, again, CR2 funding for fiscal year 24, in the amount of $3.7 million. And of that amount, 2.2 was for adult corrections and 1.4 was for juvenile detention. The gravel project The modification number 1 was awarded December 21st. This modification incorporates the hazardous fuels funding in the amount of $95,000, representing additional funding to the gravel fuel breaks for trails 12, 15, and 50. There was a previous award of $56,000 so that project total was like $150,000 that was awarded to transportation. Safety of dams, checklist for ongoing visual observation for all high dams or high hazard dams on the Rosebud reservations were submitted on December 13th. Higher ed scholarships on December 8th. The agency received an annual narrative report, and it describes their activities that they perform. Johnson O'Malley programs. Official award was signed on December 20th, and the award incorporates fiscal year 24 J1 funding for Todd County School District in the amount of a little over $21,000. And that was funding from CR1. Official award was signed on December 21st. This award incorporates fiscal year 24 JOM funding for the Winter and White River School Districts in the amount of $4,900. An award was signed on December 21st. This award incorporates fiscal year 24 JOM funding for a Head Start in the amount of $3,500. And that's was from CR1. Contract support costs, modification number 1 was approved December 30th. This modification incorporates the first distribution of 24 contract support funds in the amount of $785,000. Of this amount, $440,000 is for indirect costs and $344,000 is for indirect contract support costs. And we anticipate the remaining balance of 23 contract support funding will be requested during the month of January 2024. Range unit mapping project, modification number 4 was approved December 30th for $75,000. The purpose of this fund is for Tribal Historic Preservation and Cultural Resource Management Office to conduct surveys on an additional 40 range units. The range unit numbers are along with the new amended resolution approved by the BIA office. This range unit number will be used for monitoring purposes. Fireman, before I go, any questions on self-determination? Okay, fire, I'm going to fire. For the month of December, we had 6 fires, all less than a tenth to 0.2. We had all human caused fires. Like I said earlier too, we don't have an FMO, we don't have a wildland fire operations specialist, we don't have a field specialist, so those positions are being advertised. Fire personnel are currently on furlough. Fire prevention officer and field employees will be responding to all fires, and we can bring in ADs also. They conduct morning briefings every morning, and the staff is updated on the weather, fire danger, and the national report, 6 minutes for safety. This is a daily thing every day at the fire program. The fire guys that we have there have been working on budgets, planning, and personnel related issues, fire field planning, training for this upcoming fire season. We sent our heavy equipment operator up to Peshlaw to retrieve some farm equipment for the tribe, and they were taken to the shop to get their yearly maintenance, I guess. I think that's Fish and Game's equipment. Staff bladed and widened field breaks 14 at the culvert and did some limbing of the trees that were hanging over the fields breaks. received a quote for maintenance supplies, service, and equipment for BIA fire. Received a request and got approval for tomorrow for the 638 program safety of dams. Completed some miscellaneous training for their required training. Dispatch completed work, and the informs is the fire reporting program where when we do get a fire, all the fires get inputted into the informs system. Prevention, set up booth at St. Francis School for the Winter Wonderland Resource Fair. Also, they're at the Lakota National Invitational for the week, and they did have a booth to get out the prevention message to everybody at LNI. Any questions on fire?
Go ahead.
Why do you have these water hydrants on our maybe 20 water line? When you have a big fire, you guys come clear back over here to fill your water tank up. Why couldn't you just take water out one of the hydrants?
I believe they don't want us to be using their hydrants because it's the water system for.
By the time you come back over there, that place will be all burnt up, someplace nearby, you can get the water,
Yeah, we probably need to make an agreement or some kind of MOU with the Winnie-Wachoni water, I guess. We also have a water tender, 5,000 gallon water, when we do get a fire, that goes out to the fire too.
But that's your slow process, though, by the time you fill it, and you don't go 80 miles an hour,
Yeah.
Ben, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks again, Council. I guess with the fire part of it, I know last year they were part of that emergency, I guess, to help, to go out and help either get wood or to plow some of these roads and stuff, whatever. Have you guys projected that, or have they, I don't know how many people you have working over there right now, but I mean, are they part of that plan? Are they part of our EPP program or something like that?
Yeah, they attended the meeting yesterday at Water Resources.
Okay, so you have that in place right now, so they can actually, in case, again, they can be utilized to help out on the reservation area. So that's what I want to find out, because I know last year they, were part of that to go out and help clean and stuff. So you do have the manpower to do that, I guess. Because I did tell, I think our EPP guy came to our community last night, and I did tell him that, it's kind of hard to try to bring in other resources because those resources have to scrape themselves out first. So for example, let's say St. Francis Indian School, they have to get the people there, scrape them out first, themselves out first before they reach out to anyone else. But if we have the resources and people here, that they should be able to get out there. But, so those are just things that I'm looking forward to, especially right now with weather and things coming up right now. So we just want to make sure prepared and set that.
Yep, and that's what we do too with BI. We make sure we do our facilities first, and
Yes.
then we
definitely.
Then we help out.
I know you gotta go BIA over on mission and stuff, and scrape them all out before you actually go out to the places, so.
Plus, we have one heavy equipment operator, and he's
Okay, use that tractor. Yeah, it's kind of tough, because I know like when people see other entities drive around with the plowing it, and they're not going to where it's needed, that's kind of frustrating. They say, hey, where are they going? They should be plowing over here, but of course, everybody has their own priorities first before they actually go out. So those are things I want to make sure that if you guys are part of that, if it's already at your plan to.
yeah, but we attend those EPP meetings.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, no more questions. I'm going to move on to range. Compliance inspections and utilization clippings were completed on 10 range units. Staff completed 7 home site map requests, completed 6 home site surveys. Staff also completed range unit boundary surveys. The range department has been coming to the land and natural meetings. They attended on the 12th and the 18th. Range staff also been working on completing compliance on range units and also setting up utilization cages for the additional 40 range units identified for the utilization project. And that was that award that went to the tribal TIPO, the TIPO program. Invoices have been mailed out. Oh, got ahead of myself. Range unit number 28 was relinquished. So the staff prepared advertisement and did posting and mailings for application and for allocation. One application was received by the deadline of November 27th. Invoices have been mailed to each permittee for the 2024 grazing season. Due date for the invoices was set for December 1st, 2023. 10 range units remain unpaid, so we sent out a show of cause letters to all the permittees of the ranges that haven't been paid. Staff completed 23 performance appraisals. That's kind of an internal thing. Any questions on range?
Oh, go ahead, Kathy.
This isn't directly with range, but it's something that you just mentioned within the range report. Home sites.
Yep.
This is something that's not just the responsibility of the Bureau, but it's the responsibility of all of our land programs within our tribe. There's something that I have witnessed, and I really feel strongly that we need to do a little bit more to help our young adults on home sites. You know, everybody knows that there's an application process, and you go from A to D, E, F, whatever different programs you have to go through along the way. One of the things that I found is that older people that have helped their parents or their families get a home site, those of us that have been within the system know the process of what to do to get a home site. One big detrimental issue for all people that are new to home sites is educating them on that process. You guys and us are giving out home sites. These young people getting home sites are not aware that we within the tribe are so far behind on getting water and septic to them that they get all excited, they get this home site approved, they go through the process. There's nobody sitting down at point 8 or whatever, fully educating these people on what is required once you move out of town out to a home site. Yeah, you might be within a mile or two from a neighbor who has these resources, but we provide those services. IHS provides those services. We all have a role here. But I have a young couple that moved thinking that they're going to have their electricity, their water, their sewer. I haven't had time yet to look into it, but I will be looking into how far behind are we on getting these sites ready. The list for septics, the list for getting that water line in. They need to be educated and told when these home sites are getting approved, BIA, IHS, TLE, Land and Natural, all these committees that these people go through, they need to let people know how long that process is going to be. You take and you put somebody out in the country without these resources. They have to go, they have to understand, they have to go pay for their electricity to be ran there and for their house to be hooked up. They have to know that they're not going to have water and sewer. They're going to have to get jugs and fill up water. They're going to have to get an outhouse to use the bathroom. A lot of them have young children. These are all things that hurt these families. And I think that we are all failing because we're not educating people on exactly what it takes when you're moving out of town and you're getting a home assignment, what you need, what your expectations are going to be, what the delay is going to be. It could be a year to 3 years before they even have these life existing resources in their home. And I'm bringing it up here because you're here. I will bring it up again within the tribe, within Land and Natural, with IHS, because I want to help these people. They don't know these things. We can't have the expectation that every single new family that finally puts money into getting a used trailer house, that life's going to be beautiful. They're going to move someplace out in the country and everything's going to be there existing for them, because it's not. The reality is they're going to struggle. They're going to go dig a hole in their backyard to empty their sewer in. They're going to, this family had what are the water tanks called? Water buffalo. And all of a sudden the water buffalo disappeared. All of a sudden they're not going to have water. Why? Because it's winter time and it might freeze up. we're hurting people by not fully educating them. And all of us, all the programs I mentioned, we all need to collaborate and start educating young people sooner.
Sure, yeah, I agree.
Before you even approve that home assignment, before Land and Natural, before TLE, whoever's doing all of this, no, to go up to IHS and find out how long do we have to wait before we can have water? How long do we have to wait to have septic? Because they can't afford it, it's expensive. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention because at your office where they're doing home assignments, I've seen that. Some of those are so outdated. One of the things that we're failing to do is there are regulations and requirements that say, if you don't have that area fenced within a year, if you don't have something on there, then you lose it. Some of those are so old, some of those people don't even live anymore on your records over there, and I'm sure on ours too. These are things that I am going to be diligently, adamantly trying to address because we're hurting people by not keeping up with our records management. With us not saying, oh, you can't live there, you're right under a WAPA line. Do you know what happens if you're under a WAPA line down the road? One of your kids or you can be affected. There's supposed to be requirements of how many feet you are away from those lines. All of these things, these requirements and regulations, they're not being followed, so we all are failing the people by not following up on all of this. And so all this, I've been just kind of like building up, looking into, that I'm going to keep bringing up until we start getting these things done right. We're hurting people by not being thorough. So for you, I think you, with your people in the that do the home assignments, they need to update them records. I mean, even people that want to sell their land, because the Bureau is so far behind on their appraisals, you take what you get. Okay, we can't appraise your land, it's this far out for us to get your appraisal done, but this is what we'll offer you now. Our people are actually being ripped off because maybe that land is worth more than they're accepting for that land sale because we're so far behind on our appraisal process with the Bureau. So, thank you.
Yeah, and just some of the comments for, I know Solo had some workshop this year, right? This fall with
It was during councils.
yeah. And all the entities that you talked about, even BIA attended, was that workshop that Paula put on.
Not everyone attends them, that's why
Yeah.
when they're in the office, they need to be educated at that point in time. A lot of people don't even pay attention to the workshops.
And we're having, because of the holidays, we didn't have any meetings in November and December, but we've been having meetings with TLE, with Solo, on issues that you just addressed too, so we're working on it. And also, we had one meeting with audit entities, with SWA, Solo, TLE, BIA, I believe, TIPA was there. And I wanted to do these every month. We had the initial meeting, but I schedule them every month, but nobody's been showing up after that initial meeting. But I'm gonna still keep offering an invitation for those meetings to happen. And I can sure send you an invitation so you can attend also.
Thank you.
Yep.
Ray, in your TLE meetings, when they have them over there, in years past, they used to have someone come over from the Bureau and usually attended the meetings over there. Do you guys still do that? You still have someone?
I just, I was gonna go yesterday, yesterday?
Yeah, they met
Yeah.
yesterday.
Some other things came up.
But it still happens?
Yeah, it still happens, yeah.
I didn't know if they were.
I've been attending those
Still
meetings.
doing that or not. It seemed to be kind of a benefit to have
Yeah.
Bureau there for those meetings, you know? And
Well, I tried to attend, but, things come up.
Oh, I know,
Yeah.
I know. Emily, go ahead.
I just had a question, it's kind of more related to what Kathy was saying, not necessarily what she was reporting on, but it might be for administration or council also, but it came up at Land and Natural as far as things like land use and planning, that we did have a commission and we have actually goals in place, and we did not be utilized for a land use and environment commission. I was just wondering what the current status is, because we are council and administration knows that.
Get rid of one, open
about a long time ago, a lot of work was done in doing kind of like a one-stop shop. We had a lot of the work being done by our land offices and TLE, so our people didn't have to go to 10 different locations to get signatures. They were educated in the whole process. I know because I was the one that was leading that process, or one of them that was helping lead that process. And it worked. We also did a lot of planning to get the ground identified on what was identifiable that met the qualifications of a home site lease. Anything else was not allowed. And I'm bringing this up again because just one of the last financial meetings, we were getting
presented potential home site leases that were literally feet from the river. And if you're gonna go off of and try to buy a home or insure your home or anything like that, there are standards that you have to, flood zones, there's a lot of other things that have to happen, and that was all included in that process. And so I'm just wondering why we're not utilizing our own processes that we might have or updating them if that's the case. Thank you.
So maybe about 2 years ago, and I think we brought this up maybe in September, October, we passed a motion at that time. Dean Wilson was acting superintendent, I believe, 2 years ago. And that was a motion that we made, was to have BIA kind of lead that discussion on trying to, like a one-stop shop for the home assignments and getting all of these programs, tribal or BIA programs, to work together. So to Kathy and your point, so they're not going to 10 different places for signatures. And part of that was the educating them, the do's and don'ts of the process and stuff. So maybe this can kind of, I know you sent an email out maybe in October that you were having meetings scheduled in November, I think, to kind of follow up with that. So I do appreciate the work that you're doing to bring the programs together. So I hope that this discussion can kind of fuel that fire again to get these programs together so we can address these things.
I agree. The only issue is people showing up. So I don't know if you guys can make it mandatory for them to show up or not, but we're there waiting, and sometimes nobody shows up, so the meeting is pretty much called off. And some of the other discussions with TLE and Solo, they are working on just one application process. So it's going to be both either TLE or Solo. It's going to be a checkbox, but whatever entity is going to be doing the home site. So that's one positive thing that's come out of these meetings so far, is instead of having two applications, there's going to be one application for a home site.
Man,
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I guess in this situation here, we're going to have to try to, if it's been brought up several times in the past, like we've been hearing now, I think we need to have something done about it. So again, with us, and for me, I would like to see our public relations position person, that we've offered before, to be able to do that. So these things I hear that bring up on council should be out there right now in the public to let them know and make them aware of this. Now, I do understand that some of these meetings of these types of programs, entities are meeting together, but a lot of people don't know that, or even maybe they're not, well, I don't know if I'm going or not, but to actually have that, maybe we need to bring them here at the same time here, the directors here, the same thing with BIA, to make sure that they understand and know what's going on. And I know there's a lot of discussion on it, so they have to be a one-time deal at the morning type of a meeting, I guess, for council and these programs to come to be a part of this, because if it's hard to get people there, and like you said yesterday, you were able to make a TLE meeting. I think we need to make a mandatory type of a meeting. Now, of course, that goes for everything, IHS and TLE and everything else that needs to be there for that particular reason. Sure. So we can straighten that out. But I also believe our public relations persons, whoever we put in that position, should be able to relay that information out to the public no matter what. I know in the past, when I got my home site, it was more like, they were saying you have to get your septic tank first before you get your water line. And the water people said you got to get your water line before you get your septic tank. Then they also you got to get your house before you get your water line and stuff. So a lot of ifs, ands, or buts and those types of things. So in order to straighten those out first, I think we need to make sure that we all come up to agreement and to have that here no matter what. Because again, I do see it. It's hard for directors mainly, and also maybe employees to come to these meetings to put their input in and to find out the struggle that they're coming up with potential home ownership and stuff. So I think that's what we need to do. And I'm really, really firm believer on this public relations person. They need to be here in order for them to put out this. Because it's the same thing here too. It's been going on for the past 2 to 3 years, the year on year. But who's actually putting it out there? Who's going to be in charge of that? Who do we talk to? That's where the administration comes into play, where they say, well, I'm getting all these phone calls about this situation, so what's going to happen? So right now, that's something we're gonna have to straighten out first, is if we get a public relations person in here, I believe they would be able to relay that information and sole source that to say this is what we're gonna get for that. But again, the BIA and also, SOLO and also TLE, they all have to be on the same page also. So those are things that can be straightened out. So those are just my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
And I believe there's plans on trying to obtain the old school here in Rosebud, so they all can be in one location, all the land programs for the tribe, from what Cleveland, and from Solo, what's her name? Paula was saying. So there's plans in the works trying to obtain a building where all the land managers will be, or land programs would be at one location, so. And I'm not sure, I know I talked to Paula about this, about maybe trying to record that workshop that she put on, and I'm not sure if she did or not. You guys know.
Emily, go ahead.
Just real quickly before we move on.
I didn't get an answer to my question, so I was wondering if I could request that from the Secretary's office to research on what the status is of our current Land Use and Environment Commission. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? I'm going to move on to realty. Realty revised and received and answered calls from individuals requesting to sell their trust land interest to Rosebud Sioux Tribe staff. Staff will process land sales and gift applications that are submitted to the agency through the TAM systems. Staff working with TLE director and staff on implementing land purchase utilization, utilizing the ILCA land acquisition fund, and will process through the TAM systems. Agency received and research and request from TLE in Sichongo, Solo for various tracts of land. Staff also are completing and sending residential contracts for completion for process approval. Continue to match money in logbox to be processed for landowners as needed, preparing and sending lease contracts to contractors for completion and approval. The leasing department continue generating conservation stipulations and preparing lease contracts to be mailed out for signatures and bonds. Answering calls from leasing and leasers, continue to work with FSA office out of 4 counties with stocking rates and verification of leases for operator and for program they administer. Realty staff attended meetings with TLE. Staff working with TLE compliance officer on the administrative issue on approved leases, further research and working with individuals to get a resolution if needed. Realty staff is also working with game fish and park rangers on a couple issues arising from leasers locking and removing gates into tribal land. Staff attended another phone conference regarding potential solar development with the tribe, along with the WAPA transmission line that cross tribal lands. Future work and meetings will provide a plan for tribal consideration for development. Staff attended mandatory 638 self-determination contract training, acquisition and disposal sections. Received an application to sell Rosebud Sioux Tribe through TLE from 8 landowners totaling 31 tract interests. Completed sales to TLE, including 7 grantors totaling 7 tract interests in the amount of $566,000. The tribe increased their land by 160 acres located in Todd County. 1 new gift deed conveyance application was received. 2 gift conveyance transactions were approved. assisted the leasing department by approving and scanning various residential business lease contracts, researched and responded to numerous verbal and written requests from individuals for information regarding the land acquired, such as value and the equivalent acres, to assist in their decisions to sell. Right away, during the month of December, we had 2 items approved at Land and Natural Committee, December 18th, working with Golden West on some repairs to their lines that are copper. We have some inquiries about cell phone towers, and these are being referred to the Tribal Utility Commission. Working with Cherry Todd on some electrical hookups for Todd County. Working with MAP 21 on some bridge repairs, replacement in Todd County. Working with the South Dakota Department of Transportation of Highway 44. Sent the engineers' drawings to TIPO. Working with some electrical hookups with La Creek Electric, and will be presented soon as we receive TIPO clearance. For you to trust, at the agency level, there are currently 6 tribal cases and 4 individual cases pending at the agency, totaling 5,962 acres. The status of all active cases follows: Tam's case, the Shoreham, 655 acres. Received Phase 1 environmental site assessment from the Great Plains Regional Office, the DECRIM office, which was completed on November of 2023. Uploaded into Tam's Feed of Trust module. Tam's case 29854, an individual, 10 acres, that's pending. Tam's case on 15218, nursing home land, 3.18 acres, and that's in Millette County. The food solicitor requested a tax receipt for the second half of the 2023 taxes, waiting for the tribe to submit this information. Tam's case 15504, Krogman, 4,007 acres in Millette County, waiting for food solicitor office to review minerals and to provide guidance. Tam's case 50107, Stadium Sports Property. The Great Plains Regional Office submitted the request to the food solicitor office for a preliminary title opinion, waiting for the insurance of that opinion. Case number 54745, Van Epps, and that's in Todd County for 960 acres. Completed the royalty land description review, certificate of inspection, and possession was completed. Completed notice of application letters to the state, county, tribe, and TLE. Those were mailed out on December 8th of 23 by certified mail. In Tam's case 54769, Sherwood, 320 acres in Millette County. Completed the review of the case documents. All were uploaded to Tam's, the Feed of Trust module. Completed the royalty land description review. Certificate of inspection and possession was completed. And completed the notice of application letters to state, county, city, tribe. And that was also mailed out as in certified mail. We have 3 new cases, which were 55347, individual, 1.58 acres. And another individual for 0.08 acres. And another individual for 1.55 acres. Feed of Trust at the regional level. Bear Butte, 61.40 acres, another Bear Butte for 37.68 acres. That's, I got one more announcement to mention to the council and to the administration. I'm not sure if you guys are all aware, but Steve Wilkie, who was the superintendent at Shine River, has been reassigned to Rosebud Agency as a deputy of Indian Services. And that was Mr. LaPointe's decision to make that move. So I just wanted you guys to be all aware, and he should be here in 2 weeks, I believe. I don't know if you guys know Mr. Some of you guys might know Steve Wilkie. He was the acting superintendent here a year and a half ago.
What is Deputy of Indian Services? Is that something new, or is that changing the title? What is that?
No, it's, usually we have two deputies, Deputy of Trust, so they supervise all the trust programs, and Deputy of Indian Services, which is, right now for us, it would be facilities, self-determination, and the burial program.
And that's always existed?
Yeah, they, in the past, they didn't really advertise that position, because from what I was told, they felt that they only needed one deputy.
So when do you think was the last time anyone sat in that position?
Oh, shoot, I'm not sure, it's been quite a while.
Decades.
I think Leanne was the last deputy of Indian Services,
Okay.
and I'm not sure how many years that was.
In this case, it's kind of something that we might want to have a conversation with Tim LaPointe on why he was detailed, or he was moved down here and put in that place he has. So there's a lot more to it. I don't think we can talk about it on air, but there's a lot more to it. So, but I'll try to get a hold of Tim LaPointe, area director, and maybe he can come down and talk a little bit about why he made that decision to move him here. Okay?
And I did let Tim know that I was gonna let you guys all know today.
Okay.
So he's aware of that. And he did tell me to let you guys know that it was his decision to
Chris?
assign.
Do you have a comment?
Yeah, and another, so while you're going over this, you only mentioned the CFR one time, and all the jobs that you had for the last fiscal year, all the positions that didn't get filled, according to the CFR, you're supposed to give that money, back to the tribe for the 638 programs. And so I was curious, have you done that? Has that been done?
Like, what positions are you talking about?
Like all of them, so
All of
all
them?
across the board, and like, because obviously they haven't been, they're being re-advertised. But according to the CFR, if they haven't been filled due to the end of the fiscal year, all that money allocated for those positions are supposed to go towards our 638 programs. And if they aren't, obviously our 638 programs are in dire need of these monies, especially the justice programs. And so I'm just curious too, why we're not doing that.
Like, for instance, fire on the fields program, we don't get the funding until we actually fill the positions. So once those positions are filled, and then NIFC at the national office will send the money down. So we don't have the money for those field positions right now. And right now, that's all we have. Or we got some range positions, but we did allocate $75,000 to TIPO under the range program.
And that's all the positions
Yeah, just fire and
range.
and then the one staff support
Okay.
position. But,
would it be possible just to give next time you do a report, to give a rundown of the last 10 years of all the leftover money from these positions in the prior past that...
You want the whole agency? Is that what you want?
Yeah.
Okay.
Given to
For
us.
the vacant positions, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, and then if we can, going back 10 years just to see if we've ever missed a dime or anything like that. Because I feel like, the BA is supposed to be here to help our tribe grow as a agency, and yet, we have none of us are on the same page whenever we try to move forward in this endeavor. And so I feel like maybe it's time to start or something. But yeah, thank you. Thought I'd ask.
Kathy, you understand?
I was waiting for you to finish your report, and I was going to ask a similar question.
Okay.
My question was going to be, how long have these been vacant? It seems like we've been
The
on
fire
reports.
program?
Yeah, all those positions, the fire, the range, about how long have they been vacant now?
Well, I know, let's go back to range, like the rangeland management specialist has probably been vacant for maybe a year, year and a half.
In the fire positions?
The fire positions, the FMO has probably been vacant about a year. The thing about the fire positions is, like I said, for the fields, we don't get the money until we actually fill the
Yeah.
positions. And the 5 positions that I mentioned earlier, our new positions that we created, we're getting funding from the new bill funding, and that's how those are funded. So,
So these
like
are
the- like the F-
full-time?
Huh?
These are full-time year-round?
Yep, well, not all of them. Oh, the field positions are, yeah.
Yeah.
The fields crew, they're full-time. There's a 6-7, a 6, and 3 5s. As far as the preparedness positions, the FMO, the previous FMO left probably, a year ago? A little over a year ago. So that's been vacant since. The fire operations specialist, the one that was in there before, he took another job, so it's probably like 2-3 years.
So are you,
But
is the Bureau doing anything for recruitment and retention since they've been vacant for such a long time? And the reason I ask that is because in 5 or 6 months here, the snow's not gonna be here. Depending on how much moisture we get, I would hate to think about any rangeland fires and then not having a lot of these
Person, yeah.
positions filled. And so that's why I'm asking about, recruitment and
Recruitment, yeah.
retention, because if they've been vacant that long, there's that big question, why? And what are you doing to try to bring somebody in? I know locally, there's a lot of people that need jobs, but, I'm pretty sure not everybody goes to the government site
The USA
to
Jobs?
look for jobs. Because you look at that, it's kind of, if you're not adapted to it, if you're not used to it, it looks kind of scary.
Yeah,
So
and it's
at
kind
the
of a
local
process
level-
too.
Yeah, it
And
is.
Chris can,
It's a very long process.
Yeah. For
But,
former bureau, former IHS, so I know the application process is very long and tedious.
and, our fire staff, it does a good, down here, does a good job, our dispatcher does a good job in reaching out to people, and if they need help, he tells them, come on in, I'll help you, and we'll get you set up on USA Jobs, and I'll help you through maybe, look at their resume, maybe it needs.
So you do have somebody
Yeah.
in-house that
yeah.
assists people that are interested?
And we also send it out nationwide to all the fire programs. like the-
Locally, do people know that they can be
Yeah.
assisted there?
From word of mouth from our fire staff, they try to get it out. We put it on our Facebook too, the Rosebud Fire Facebook. So it's out there and it's out to different regions. Send them out to contacts from different regions, different tribes, but, yeah, we even offer, yeah, like I said, we offered to have people come into the fire station, and our dispatcher is willing to help them navigate through that system, and,
Like maybe like when I talk about recruitment and retention, like the fairs that they have at the schools. I mean, that's an area where seniors may be wanting to go into that career. Maybe you want to reach out to them to
And we
see
do
if
that.
they're interested.
we do that with our prevention message when we go to the schools, but we also go and talk to the seniors of the high schools. And
All-
try to-
all-
Yeah, and bring all the paperwork that's required, hand it out, but it's,
Yeah, Stan, Jen, Emily, and then Chris.
Had a member call me the other day in regards to him being a landlord.
being a what?
Landlord, person that owns land.
Oh, okay.
And his question was, he heard that if he passes away,
Really have a hard time hearing some of the people.
the will in place, the land will go back to the tribe. He wanted to do a will. So I know the used to do wills, I don't know if they still do it now.
I don't think we do wills anymore, but, Jolene, can you answer that question about wills?
she's having a workshop, aren't you?
Yeah, we're having an outreach program, or an outreach session in February to go over estate planning and financial literacy. We'll have individuals there from TLE, BIA, our office, to go over what's required for a will. We're also bringing in a will clinic in March, where if you know anybody that wants to do a will, we're having lawsuits in the U.S.
Maybe within the tribe, we need to get somebody trained to do wills.
But that, the will clinic is in March, but the outreach sessions, information sessions are in February.
And you're gonna be sending out, notices, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
If the AG position's been
And then, I wanna get back to some of the funding for fire management. That funding can't be, reallocated to different programs. It has to be a wildland fire program.
Ben, you have a question?
Yes, I'm thinking, I guess for me, I know knowing some of these fire positions, have we, it's hard to get in there, so the personnel we have in there now, I mean, have they been trained and actually, brought up to par? Because, I mean, we would like to have our people, here from the reservation in Rosebud be advanced into these positions. So instead of bringing in from different areas, we have people here that can actually do that. So have there been a process, or why aren't we, trying to encourage them to move forward into these positions? The other thing too is that, I mean, we do have some of them on furlough right now too, so I'm sure that would be beneficial for them too, because they would have families, they would have things that be beneficial to the program. So put them on furlough. I don't understand, the funding process, things to that effect, but if we can, I guess encourage them to move forward in advancement in, in these positions, I guess it would be best and beneficial. So that way we don't have as much, because again, locally, we like to see a lot of our local people in these positions too. So locally, I guess if we do have some of the people that are working with the people, it would be great. We do have a big issue with, people coming in, recruitment type deal from, like, I know TECO has an issue, SWA has issues, stuff like that. So I know the BIA is almost in the same boat too, because again, that's a long, lengthy process, as we said. So I would actually encourage the BIA to make sure that our personnel from here on Rosebud are moving forward in advancement in these positions, so that way they can be more effective, I guess, in doing these things. So, and then maybe be a superintendent one of these times. I don't know, but anyway, these are things that I'm looking forward to. So I want to make sure that we can still have that in our minds here at the tribal level, but also BIA level, saying we want to recruit our own people here and make sure they go up the ladder in advancement. So the training, experience, because again, every year they have experiences coming in and stuff. So that's why I'm thinking if we could help our people to advance more. So I just want to make sure we encourage that.
Oh yeah, we do. There's nothing keeping them from applying for these other jobs, because the guys that we have there, these other six, seven positions, there's no reason why they can't apply for these positions. Like, it's probably not what they want to do, like doing suppression, but they're doing field crew. But with the field crew, the field crew can also do suppression, so there's no reason why the folks there can't apply for these other positions.
Okay. Thank you.
And they're afforded to all the training and fire assignments that they would. This last summer, or this past summer, would have been a great opportunity for them to go out on fire assignments. Which we gave them the opportunity, but I don't think some people took advantage of that.
Yeah. Okay.
Because there's certain qualifications you need to be a fire operations specialist, to be an FMO. IC3 is a big qualification, which takes some time to get that qualification. They just don't give those IC3s. Go to training, do the not only assignments on the reservation, they need to go after to these bigger fire assignments to get that experience.
Yeah, the only reason I'm asking that too, so we do have our own VFD too, so they could probably get some of that knowledge and experience too to move forward and stuff. So that's what I'm asking too.
Sure.
Thank you.
Emily, then Chris.
Thank you, Chair. I have some quick comments or questions. The first one is kind of a follow-up. A couple meetings ago, when we were talking about the vacancies, I had asked if you could work with our tribal department as far as getting those advertised. I'm not sure if that has happened yet. Has it?
I haven't seen them on the advertisement at all.
Well,
but-
anyway, we can send them to the HR department, is that?
But I'm wondering if it might be more helpful in the instance where you kind of made a statement earlier about you have staff on your end that could help assist with those types of applications. I think a statement like that would actually be more helpful to have, like maybe on our tribal job advertisements, to say the BIA also has, X amount of job openings, please contact this information, or go to this website, or whatever that would be, and then keep that kind of continually updated. Because I think then that provides the opportunity to say, hey, there are other job listings outside of the tribe still working for the tribe. And there's also the assistance, because I can tell you, just like everybody else, that the application alone is very daunting and almost turns a lot of people away unless you know someone that has been through it and willing to help you. So if you could provide that statement and work with, I don't know who advertises that, but I think it might be personnel.
We can send it to Nicole, and then you can give it to whoever needs to go. Okay.
Thank you. And then I have one quick other statement regarding the wills. I really feel like, since we're talking about land, I think that comes up almost every meeting, whether it's land and natural, TLE, somewhere on council. In the past, it was kind of viewed as like a taboo or a jinx, you don't want to talk about you dying because you might die, or things like that. But I think really in this day of age, having beneficiaries, having updated wills is actually being a good relative. So I don't know if there's a way that we need to put a request in, or maybe it's something that we need to do on the tribal side as far as finding out where that best fit would be. But excuse me, I really feel that there still is a very valid need to have, if not permanent, at least a part-time staff, whether it's housed with the tribe or BIA, to help with updating the beneficiary statuses on a lot of our applications that are currently, but also providing, I don't know if it's the legal expertise or what the appropriate word is, but having the staff that's qualified to help them with things like wills, and having, things that'll help all of our other entities carry out whatever needs to be done.
Right.
Do you know if funding is available? Would we have to put a request in?
You can submit a request. I know right now, I'm not sure if that goes, but just submit a request for funding, because I think the region is taking requests and trying to fund with their carryover money.
Thank you.
Chris, go ahead.
Okay, back to the housing with the VA. 4 months ago, maybe 3 months ago, I asked you to look into the housing for the BAA, and the criteria, like how it's stated that only people that either work for 638 or the BAA are allowed to live in these houses. And so I was asking, I guess kind of just want to do a follow-up and see if you ever got down and looked into that.
Yeah, it's only 638 or BIA employees that will get assigned a government house.
Yeah, but my question to
Through the
you,
Rosebud agency.
did you find anything that, did you find any people that don't work for the BAA or 638 that lived in those houses?
That live in those houses?
Yeah. All right, and then how many vacancies do you guys still have for those houses? And I guess, I know that you said that you were waiting for your people to have first come, first serve for those houses, but obviously those positions aren't filled yet. And so we have a lot of people, especially in our police departments, that are in dire need of a place, families that are living with other family members, 7, 8 families in one household, and you have the ability to, help out our tribe in that manner.
Yeah, I think we're doing a good job of assigning houses to those, to like law enforcement, because right now we have over half of our houses are to law enforcement. And right now we have 3 that are in meth remediation. No, take that back. 5 in meth remediation, so we're waiting for funding to get those houses cleared for meth, and so we can assign those to individuals. But right now, we're not taking any more applications, because the houses that we do have available are assigned to personnel that we're gonna hire.
That you are gonna hire?
Yeah, that are in the process of hopefully filling, like you said, those vacant positions. But we need to keep those houses vacant for them, because, like I said, law enforcement has probably over half of our houses right now that are assigned to tribal law enforcement.
Okay, thank you.
One more other announcement. I'm sure you guys are aware, but Jolyn Ashley has been reassigned to Western Region. She just informed that to me on Monday, so she moved out of her house here in Rosebud, and she's a Western Region employee, so.
So we'll have advertisements for us new superintendent?
Should be coming soon, yeah.
Coming soon, okay.
It depends on age, you know, how fast HR is sometimes, but. Yeah.
Okay, is there anything else for BIA? Not, well, entertain a motion to approve his report. Fremont. Second by Ben. Question by Charles. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, go ahead, Kathy.
I have one question before you leave. It's not about your report. Can you find out for me when the last time was that their bureau did a assessment on our law enforcement services?
Okay. And that's, I think that might be more of an OJS question, but we can.
Yeah, I was reading under the
Yeah.
bureau, and it is something under the bureau for 638 programs.
An assessment for the law enforcement?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll ask that question.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ray.
Yep, thank you.
Count.
Thank you, Ed. Wish you the best this next year. Happy New Year.
Yeah, you too.
Okay, we have Jolene. She's from the Bureau of Trust Fund Administration. I've written down.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Council Administration. Happy New Year. For BTFA's January report, the PL account for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is $628,132.94. The Tribal Land Enterprise Certificate account, $5,914,582. The Indian Land Consolidation Recoup account, $9,390,298,022. And our whereabouts unknown accounts, it's staying steady at $2,748. This month, I'd like to report that that BTFA has scheduled our estate planning and financial literacy sessions, outreach sessions in February. The first session will be in Mission Antelope at the Todd County Middle School Library. February 21st will be in Rosebud at the Veterans Building. February 22nd will be in St. Francis at the Ichimani Building. It'll roughly be a 2-hour outreach session. We'll have a light meal before we start. And, myself, BTFA, TLE, and BIA Probate will be there to answer any estate planning questions, will questions. We'll go over financial literacy. And in March 11th through the 13th, we'll have our will clinic at SGU Student Services Building. If anybody wants to complete a will, they can call our office again, 605-856-4965 to schedule an appointment with us. And the will clinic will be comprised of our office, BTFA, and some law students out of USD. It's free for, whoever wants to sign up, and you can have land or not. But yeah, we want to talk about it more at our outreach session, so if you know of anybody that would like to sign up, please, direct them to our office. And when it gets closer, we'd like to advertise in the Todd County Tribune to get the word out to the other communities, and if it's okay, permission to post it on the RST Communications website when it gets closer. That's all I have.
Any
Yeah.
questions for Jolene? Sam and then Michelle.
For the Will Clinic, March 11th, 12th, and 13th.
Michelle?
We didn't plan on it, but that's a good idea. We'll have somebody there to assist us. Thank you for that.
We're talking about wills. Did we advertise the Attorney General?
It's been advertised, we only had one applicant. I was gonna talk about it during my report. So.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is that although the Bureau is doing this, like some people used to go to legal aid to do it, but you have to be qualified to go to legal aid. The Bureau's not set up to do them on a daily basis whenever. I think that I would like for us to look into maybe through one of our law offices, like I know Eric is overwhelmed with a lot of stuff all the time, so it wouldn't be him because primarily he's for us here. Maybe once we get an Attorney General or one of the other tribal enforcement programs can consider finding someone that can be trained and certified to do wills, because having them whenever, a person never knows. I could be gone tomorrow. So really I couldn't wait for the next will training or the development of your, putting the will together. I know it doesn't take that long. When I worked for the Bureau, I did wills, so I know exactly what, it doesn't take that much to be trained to do wills. But I think as a tribe, we should try to find in one of our programs a position for someone that has the capability of doing a will, maybe in the court services, I'm not sure where, but if your office can look into it, Scott? Thank you.
There's a request for that kind of, I know our in-house attorney has done that for many years, but I'm sure he's too busy to do anything like that, but he might know what we need as far as advertisement or something like that, so.
One of the other reasons why I would like to put emphasis on it is at our last council meeting when I was present, I talked about how with the Bureau, because they're trying to lessen how much that fractionated interest is 0.0000 trillion times out, that now they made this ruling that when I asked her, nobody knew anything about it, where like with me and my husband, I'm not inheriting his, it's going back to his siblings, and it's gonna keep doing that. Once it's all done, it's gonna revert back to the tribe. Maybe someone wants to keep that land in their family. Without a will, dying intestate, that can't happen. It's just gonna keep going to those fractionated interests, going to all the grandchildren, great-grandchildren as the tree goes. So I think it's really important that we do try to put this position into place so that people that have land that can't go to the legal aid or go to Jolene, they have that option, that we have somebody here within our tribe that has that capability, especially with that law that came into place where the land keeps going back because they don't want that long digital fractionated interest getting smaller and smaller and smaller. If we have wills in place, that will eliminate that. Wills aren't always followed, but as far as the land issues, I'm sure that that would be beneficial.
Questions for Jolene? Go ahead, Wayne.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Jolene, I just have a question about that old. I guess we're to my
can start spending it now with purchasing. I don't,
What's the process?
the process would just be your normal process. When it comes down to the accounting for the land sale, we would use this LP account number, and the funds would come out of that.
So like, right now, GLE is spending like a little over $1 million a year to buy fractionated interest.
Mhm.
So if that board approves to buy fractionated interest, then what do we do to use that money to the GLE?
Is it for trust interest?
Right.
Yeah, it could just come right through, we would work with Marlene at the BI office and give her the LP account, so any funds for that land sale would come out of this LP account.
Tribe got to do that request.
If we get a resolution from the tribe for TLE, that we could work with that. Yeah.
Land purchase of that money is in the name of the tribe or common company, not GLE.
In the name of the tribe, yeah.
Okay, is that it for Jolene? I'll entertain a motion to approve Jolene's report. Ray, second by Emily, question by Evanstein. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Yeah. Get to him. Thanks, Connie. Okay, council, there was a request to bring our EPP coordinator. The last week, we talked about getting ready for the storms, and we thought we needed another person on the boots to the ground person. So you guys asked me to get a hold of Bob Oliver and asked him if he would come aboard as our EPP coordinator again. So I did do that. I did appoint him to the position again. He is still the director of safety of dams, and he's also going to be doing the coordination of our EPP activities. We had a meeting yesterday, and we talked about the EPP plan and what we expect for the storm that's coming, or the cold weather that's coming. But I'll let Bob Oliver come up and give a short report on what's going to happen.
Good morning. So yesterday we had a little brief discussion, probably about an hour long. I think there's like 3 council reps there, I think. But when we had a sign-in sheet, everything. So we did have probably about 50 cords wood. Some of that was gone. So we're dealing with what we have right now, which is fine because it's working still. We're taking wood to all the people who are calling in. We're making out forms, and then we're sending them out to people to deliver the wood and the heaters. So last night we had 32 heaters. We gave all those out, and we gave out probably like 7 cords of wood. Today, somebody just dropped off probably about 3 to 4 cords. We still had some wood inside of there. We still have people out delivering to different communities. Primarily, we have a list for them. St. Francis, we got a list of who all got the wood, but we're still going and checking to see if they have that, because last night they would go to a house and there was like a truckload of wood there. And then they want wood and heater, but we can only give them whichever one they want, they really need. And a lot of them picking heaters, which is fine. We also have calls on some of the houses that are owned by SWA, they don't have pipes. So I'm getting a hold of SWA about that. And we do have people out there with furnaces that aren't working. A lot of them are like transitionals. If you guys know what a transitional heaters, they have the council heaters, so they won't light for some reason. I don't know. So we got a hold of ARPA. Jim's going to send people out there to check on those. But we are still working. We'll probably be going till like 10 o'clock again. Last night, our phone started to die down at 9, and people have been getting a hold of me through texting. It's better if they text me their name, community, phone number, and house number if they can't get through. Everybody probably has my phone number anyway. 605-515-1331. And so I'll just screenshot that and I'll send it to people who are actually filling out the forms, and we'll get them ready. If you go up there, the table's up there, we have it all broke down into communities. As they're going out and they're coming back in, we have a little piece on the bottom that shows that they were delivered, and we're creating a spreadsheet so that we can share that with you guys later on to show who was all helped and how much wood they got, or heaters. And we'll also have the expense put into that as well, which is purchasing the heaters. And so right now, I think we spent about $1,400, and I put in a request last night with Scott to buy another 40, and we're almost out of those already. So we need to buy like another 50. They also have the infrared heaters. I don't know if you guys seen those last year. They're black or brown. They're probably about like this. Those are really nice. We got those down to like about $99 from $144. It's about $9,900 to purchase 84 of them, I believe. And those are really nice. They can heat up like 1,500 square feet, I believe. But those are nice, and I think that's some that we should think about getting and have on hand, especially for the elders and high-risk patients who would really need them. We also have, I think, about 8 generators up there from last year. They're put away. They're still brand new. We never started them yet. So if the electricity goes out any place, anybody needs them, we can take it to them. And we also have those little heaters. So I think there's some plumbers out there from the ARPA office. We're going to break those out after we break into the trailer because the key was lost. Go ahead.
What, Kathy?
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just have a quick question, Bob. Are you coordinating with LEAP because they got all those heaters that they had been giving out?
Yeah, so the people who are calling, they're saying, we got a heater, but we need another heater. So we're actually just giving them another heater because I know it's gonna get cold, especially the split levels, the downstairs. I know when I lived in one, it was cove heating, but the cove heating was it was a baseboard one, there wasn't one on top, and they don't work all the time either, so. So we're getting them out anyway.
Okay, the other question I have is, when you're talking about generators, with the possibility of whatever the cold is gonna get, if people end up having to go to a community building, do each of our communities have a working generator?
As far as I know, they do. The electricity actually has to power off, go off, and from what I understand was that it pops on after it goes off for a few minutes or whatever. And I was out to Sioux last night at their community meeting, and they didn't know if it worked or not. So that's why I was bringing that up.
Can you put in as a part of your plan for preparation to actually, I know it's probably work, but it'll be beneficial work, to have someone go out to each community to check their generators to make sure that they're up and ready in the event that a community building is needed, and not wait until that moment and then have them in panic?
So I know that was brought up last year, and they got a hold of somebody to come in and do servicing on each generator. I never seen the paperwork, but I think I know who might have it because it was paid out of ARPA funding to have that done.
Yeah.
So if that's done, there should be an invoice of how much generators he actually looked at and what he did.
Okay. It's a new year though, and a new winter, so if we can at least do that follow-up, I think that it should be done.
All right.
Thank you.
Have you had any recent meetings with the Emergency Preparedness Office? Is that what it's called? Or EMO?
Management Office?
Emergency Management Office, EMO. with the director?
Nope,
Andrea?
no, just.
Okay,
To my
I know,
supervisor.
in her, I know she has done a study on that, and she does have actually, she's done adequate work on understanding that not a lot of, there's a few communities that don't have generators.
Yes,
And
there
some of them
is.
are actually burnt out. My community is one of those, our community's generator was shot, and so we won't have one, so if our power goes out in Black Pipe, we're SOL.
Okay.
And, but I think that, you guys should have a meeting, maybe, if you need us there too, we can be part of it as well. But I know that both of you guys are missing certain pieces from each other's plan, and I feel like you have her missing piece and she has your missing piece. So I feel like maybe if we could come together like that too, we could finally get like a holistic plan situated. And as far as the application process, what would I have to do to get my community as a whole would just like a stockpile for my community so that
Well,
we
we
can
can
distribute
take
it
some
out?
up there, just tell me, then we can take it up.
Oh, okay, well.
You just tell me where to dump it.
Okay, the community building.
Community building?
Myself or one of my community officers will be there.
When will they be there?
Whenever you're free and available.
Because we have a trailer going towards Ideal right now, they're gonna dump some off at North and South Ideal, and they're coming back.
Okay.
We can fill that back up and take you some, like, I don't know how much wood it holds, it's pretty big. It's from Marco Construction, it's big, it's like gooseneck and everything, so it's huge.
Okay, yeah, I can have some in there all day today or tomorrow or the next day. Thank you.
Dan, go ahead.
Our community building doesn't have a generator. There is one there, but it was, it's at another building, and it used to be our community building, it's a log cabin like type of building, that's where the generator is now. But since then, they built that new, community building, and so that somehow that needs to be, that's the right size, transfer it from that building to the building. So
Okay.
It's got electric furnace in that, new community building.
Ben, you have a question?
Oh, yeah, just real quick one. I know we discussed this, and it's probably gonna be in the report anyways. We had a pretty lengthy discussion last night in our community about EPP. And a lot of that discussion brought up was a lot of preparedness. So, you know, with our generator, you know, we weren't aware of that. We came in this, in August, and not knowing what last year and the previous year, the administration or the community chair people and stuff had prepared it now. We don't know, but we are trying to, so we will make sure that our people are getting the safety and preparedness that they need. So right now, there was a lot of discussion about how the community should be preparing, and that there was I guess what do you call it, a plan, an action plan that each community should have. Now, I'm not sure if everybody's aware of that, and we as all 20 communities should have at least some kind of a understanding with their communities of having a preparedness list, but that's consists of, like, I think they had those connexes at one time. A lot of the wood, maybe generators, you know, perishable, non-perishable foods, and, you know, just things to prepare for, like, again, I guess community members who have illnesses, you know, diabetes, heart patients, things that affect dialysis. So those all came up in our conversation last night, and that was some good points and stuff. So I do believe me now needing to share that with council and to make sure our communities are aware of that also. I'm sure a lot of communities are aware of that and they are being prepared, but most of us, like for us, Two Strike, we have not. I mean, this is something that we're moving forward to, because last year it wasn't done. So this year we are doing it to make sure that happens and stuff, no matter what. The other thing too is that from last year, you know, we didn't know what was going on. We just want to make sure that, you know, something is happening, not just everything just sitting idle. So that was our discussion also with the EPP director also too. So that was brought up. And then again too, last year, you know, Two Strike suffered a big loss with a child passing, you know, but the snow, they weren't able to get out to that house. And so I know now they've gotten a CAC, and I think that thing that was out there, and they're praising that last snowstorm, went out to rescue some people at 6 Mile, which is great, but I think they should have had that prior to that. So again, I know he took quite a bit of beating last night on a lot of the stuff that we are concerned about, especially with the storms and the safety of not only our children, but our elders. So again, I think right now would be the best time for a lot of our communities to start preparing for things like that and to help And again, too, I'm not here to criticize or get mad, it's just to prepare and to help and to look forward to making sure that our community is being prepared for storms or even, helping out with what we can with EPP. So those are things that we found out last night. Now, I wasn't aware of it, and I didn't know of the meeting yesterday, so I wasn't able to get to the meeting and stuff. But these are things, again, our public relations person for the tribe should at least have that information also too. Again, another thing that they should be putting out there. So right now, it's just an eye-opener again, just like the casino, with the electricity went out there. It's an eye-opener. We gotta make sure that we are safe here. So again, the space heaters are great, but I know over in winter, I was there when the fire trucks were taking off there, and the house actually burnt up over there in winter. And somebody dropped I think it was a towel on the space heater, and that's what lit up the fire. So we got to make sure they also prepared for that too, are making some I guess safety procedures for those too. So those are things, again, how we do have to look out. So for me, I think, you being here, we need to make sure that something is happening. Now, as far as those two plans that come into play, like I said, I've looked at both of them. I didn't really read through them, but I skimmed through it. The first one, 115 pages, I see FEMA on there, and like I said too last night, it seemed like it was a FEMA type thing. They just took out FEMA and put Rosebud Sioux Tribe on it. So I was just kind of thinking, I was like, well, that's interesting. And I looked at yours, I think it was like 30 pages, I think, or something on yours. So again, having to come together so we actually have a plan to move forward in this stuff. So again, reading this stuff, understanding, we should know exactly what's going to be, like when you activate EPP, that's the major thing. Once you hit that green button, EPP is activated, what's going to happen? Where does it go? Where's the command center? Who's going to be put out there and stuff? And like I said too before last night, are all these entities, again, like I said, with the BIA, they have to, get rid of, or get their places cleared out first before they go out anywhere else. And the other thing too is I know we have all these programs that have these vehicles and stuff, but are they winter ready? Are they, do they have chains? Do they have snow tires? Are they able to get out there? Because I believe that, you're going to send somebody out in Upper Covey, some area, and then, it's a regular Suburban with tires, they're going to get stuck. Then we have to go out there and rescue them next. So again, it's good that we have all these vehicles, but they also have to be winter ready and also, equipped for those types of situations. So, but again, it's a good discussion, and I do believe that all 20 council reps should at least have that understanding and making sure that our communities are up and ready for these types of things. So that way we can assist you more than, complaining about it. Because I don't want to complain, like, oh, they didn't get this, they didn't get that. The biggest thing too is revert back to the command center, where people are calling in and, hey, I can't get the phone's been busy, all this stuff. So they revert to you, give your phone number. Now you're getting, 20 to 30 calls within, 20 minutes or something like that, and going in all these directions. So again, I do believe that you should probably hire more people to help that, so you can kind of delegate, let people, so the main factors and stuff. So, but those are just some questions, I guess, and concerns that I had too. So that's why I wanted to bring it up. Thank you very much for coming in.
So with the phone part of it, I talked with Santee this morning, and he was saying there is a program out there that has a phone system, and so we're trying to get that phone system back over to Safety Dams, because if you go up there, we probably have phones from the 90s. That's what it looks like. And but we do have 2 lines, and this other system has 6 lines. But last year, this was blowing up constantly. And I told him, I said, you see my light going off? Because I wasn't answering my phone. I was trying to pay attention to what they were talking to me about. But that's just how busy my phone is. But when I get on there and I just have to screenshot or forward my texts to the people who are at the center, and then they'll get them, and then they'll do their stuff through you. So the people that we have, they're really good to work with. They're easy to work with, and we don't cause any drama between each other, because we're here to help the people, and that's what we're doing, and that's what I said. And that's what I told them during our meetings. We're not here for individualism, we're here for the people. So, and I also, if you guys remember, in the past we had, and I brought this up there at the meeting, was the mass text, where we would have a council, a text for the council, a text for the community chairs, and then a text for the people who are going to be assisting. And he said that he would have to do something to get those back working again, so that we can send those out. It'll be just like what you get for 2-hour late start. It'll be like that, but it'll be more, we're activating EPP, this is where we're going to be located, and this is the number. And then the community chairs, they'll probably have the same thing going on, whatever we put in there. And then I also said that it'll be a lot easier working with the reps and the community chairs whenever we do this activation, and you guys probably have an inventory or a census of how much people need what, or who has what, so that you guys can just text me a list. It's like the community chair from St. Francis, she sent me a copy of who should all have wood. And we pretty much know everybody. In the past, there was like 180 to 200 people who we helped. Right now, we're probably at about 80 people right now, maybe 100 that called in so far. And that's pretty normal, you know, and as soon as this hits, we're probably gonna be out rescuing people or out helping people, because next we're gonna have this cold air coming, batteries are gonna die, stuff like that, you know. Hopefully the electricity stays on, but that's what we got the generators for too, and I wanna get those generators and put them inside the building so that they're warm. When we take them to someplace, it'll be easier to start because they're all pull, they're not electric.
We have Lisa, Emily, and then Kathy.
Good morning, Bob.
Morning.
Thank you for coming down. So with those infrared heaters, you said you could purchase about 80 under 9,000?
Yep.
And then, I'll go ahead and make a motion to, purchase infrared heaters under the Treasurer's Authority of $9,999 and to be taken out of the FEMA reimbursement.
And those will be here next week if we order them today.
There's a motion on the floor, Reed second, Ray, question by Fremont.
Then if there needs to be more purchase, Treasurer can authorize that.
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Also, Bob, aside from the wood distribution and people, and the need for wood, have there been any requests for propane?
Yes.
For
There has been.
mostly elders or?
Everybody, whoever calls in, you know, there's people out there without propane right now. And we got this cold front coming. So, you know, that's where I don't care if they have a heater from the app, we're giving them another one anyway. Because when this cold front comes tonight sometime, you know, it's gonna be cold. So if you want people not to be knocking on your guys' doors or community chairs' doors at 2 o'clock at night saying you're cold and need someplace to go, open up your community building, you know, so they have one place to go, you know. So it's all up to you guys.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to give propane to those who are out of propane, 100 gallons of propane to those who are completely out.
Yep, and that's what was
And to
recommended.
be taken out of the FEMA reimbursement.
Where's it gonna come from?
Motion on the floor, second by
They have
Fremont.
propane companies they work with, I think, aside from such common propane, do you guys go through other ones?
Did you say 100 gallons, is that what you said? Second by Fremont, is there any more discussion?
I just have a question.
Go ahead.
I support that, but I was just wondering if you're gonna like cap it or not, because you're gonna get an influx of people and everyone's gonna
We
order.
work with elders and medical, elders 65. and
Well, you have to
older.
think that the app, I think last week sometime, they had like 38 people who didn't get their propane, but then they got their list together, and I think they worked over the weekend to get everybody. And then I believe there was other people who had paid for propane, getting ready for this storm, and I believe some of them already got their propane too. As far as I know, the people who contacted me, and I contacted the propane company to make sure that they were on the list and that hopefully they were gonna get it before this storm.
Well, I'm thinking if it's just like, well, EPP's activated and if they're at absolute zero,
Yep. And that's how we did it in the past.
would that be fine if we could work with that into the motion?
If this is a cold front coming, so even at 5%, because that 5% is gonna go quick, especially if they're running at about 74, 78, trying to keep up with the cold air coming through the walls, you know? So,
So, at 5%?
yep.
Okay.
More discussion?
Is that everyone or is it income? It's just whoever's at 5, or?
I don't think we should worry about income base or anything,
Well, that's why I'm
because
asking to make sure.
we need to make sure everybody's warm.
Yeah.
I mean, that we're not gonna be,
And
you
it's
guys are gonna
longer,
be
it's 3
bombarded.
people,
We're gonna be
EPP's
bombarded.
activated, so.
We have Emily, Kathy, then Fremont, and then we have Ben.
Can I get some coffee real quick?
Or does Ben have a question on this?
Well, yeah, because I mean, I know like last year, or Wayne was saying earlier, last year, when they did all the booking of those $100 million, and we have that, I mean, that's still in place right now.
Well, we have the FEMA reimbursement money, but this is just limiting it to, well, EPP's activated, and then for those that are fire assist. So, I know we, like you said, went and filled some tanks and so.
That's my question,
Unless you want to put a cap on it for elders 65 and older.
Is that, but what about your high-risk patients? who
Yeah,
are anywhere
medical,
from 2 years old to,
Yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
then after you guys vote on it, I want to talk to you guys some more about propane, because there was some stuff that was.
Is there any more discussion on her motion?
Question.
Question by Ray. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Thank you, council.
Okay, so, last week I was also talking with Travis about the big bottles. What are they, like 50 or 60 gallon bottles? And he can purchase some. And we talked about this like 2 years ago too, or maybe even 3 years ago, about purchasing those. And in the past, I'm gonna say it in 22, maybe 21, we had Travis going around putting these little 5-pound bottles on propane tanks, and they would last almost, I'm gonna say maybe 14 hours, 16 hours maybe, and then they were out because he couldn't get his trucks out because that's how much snow was on the ground. And I think they do have a protocol. If the roads are icy, you're not gonna take them out, because that one wreck that 1 year. You guys remember that? So getting these bigger bottles would probably benefit rather than putting it on a little 5-pound, especially if we're in extreme weather.
Bob, we have some more that run on the floor.
Okay.
So I just cut you off, but I want to get to them too.
But
Emily, Kathy?
there's an option there.
Emily, Kathy?
Thank you for being here. I just had a couple things. The first one is, I had a question on if we have any entities or tribal programs or what the process is to try to get donations for possible food. We've been talking with our communities in the past when we've opened it up. We relied on our community members to donate time and donate food and come cook and do that. But because of the time and the price of food right now, everybody's kind of a little bit stretched already, and it's hard to get people to, plan for their house for 4 to 5 days and then also donate some. So I was wondering if social services, or if you were aware of anybody else that we could reach out to just for small donations, so we can maybe make some soup or sandwiches or something. What we're mainly opening it for right now is we have a lot of people in our community that are maybe homeless, houseless, or sleeping in vehicles, or sleeping in, things outside. And so those are the ones that are already wanting to come in, but we imagine if pipes break or if heaters go down, we might have more.
So yesterday we talked about that, about if the communities were to open up their community buildings, and I believe it was said that we would reimburse
Okay.
the other community, but I never got a clear answer if it was going to be a percentage of reimbursement or a full reimbursement back.
Also, in the past, we just went ahead and we need to get away from that. We need to have the community be able to use some of their resources as well to do some of this stuff. And in the past, we've had communities where we open them up to the public, and they want some type of reimbursement after the emergency's over or the storm's over. And we've done that, but it's kind of costly to do that. So whatever the communities can chip in, and we can probably reimburse them for some of this stuff. I know if they open them up at night, there's a lot of people that go to those community buildings for shelter, but they're also probably people that are probably not very stable as well. So they need some type of supervision over the building, so it won't get wrecked and nothing will happen. So you kind of have to help pay for somebody to do that, so we always want to get paid, and that's just the reality of it, So whatever they request afterwards, but I encourage all the communities to do what they can as far as the storm, do what they can.
Thank you. Can I ask one more question? Actually, it's not a question, it's more of a comment for council. I think we need to have a longer conversation or a different conversation. Obviously, we're already in a situation, so now's not the best time, but I really feel like it's hard for me to put so much more responsibility on Bob or that type of position without having a full conversation when we're paying somebody else that I thought was responsible for a lot of this. And so I really feel like if that person or that other department or whatever it is only going to be like maybe administrative type work or planning development and not necessarily implementation, I think we need to have that discussion very soon rather than wait, because I feel like those resources could be used elsewhere or split up so that the planning can be done. But in my mind, our on the ground implementation is our priority, and I think we should make some actions based on that. So I don't know if we can try to get something on the calendar or what you guys want, but I really feel like that needs to happen, because I think it's unfair for both Bob and the other department or whatever that is, as far as, you know, what the expectations are, allowing some people to say no to expectations and things like that. So I think there's a lot more that needs to be discussed other than what, you know, obviously this is priority now, but I just wanted to make that comment also. Thank you.
Good comment.
I wanted to talk about this before you go too much further, Bob. The, like the people that are asking for the heaters, what is their, or do you have any idea what their primary source of heating is?
A lot of them say wood, but they want the heater. So we give them a heater.
Okay.
So with the propane, a lot of them are propane, but they have no propane, so they're taking the heater. So that's why they're asking if we're helping with propane.
Okay. The reason I ask that is you know, like I keep hearing, like Lisa's motion, what you said you're doing, what Liat did, purchasing all these heaters and sending them to these homes. It's going to do two things. Yeah, it's going to help heat the home and add to what they already have existing. But also, it's going to increase their electric bill, which is always an issue because then it gets too high. They can't pay it, and maybe they're not eligible for Liat. Maybe there's no other resource for them. The other thing is the possibilities of house fires. I know we've been having a lot of house fires, you know, Ben just talked about the towel being thrown over the heater and it burnt. So I think that as a long-range plan, if we can do like an assessment to figure out the primary people, the majority of the people that always ask for the heaters, what does a heater cost?
About $40.
And so if we're putting all this money in to different types of heaters, I think some of these homes need to have someone do an assessment on them to see exactly what their condition is, what the furnace is like, the wood stove is like. Can they afford that electricity bill? Because I think one of the things that we should invest into is like the Dynaglow heaters, the propane heaters that go on the wall.
Yeah.
Because think about it, year after year, we're putting all this money into space heaters. Some of these people, it's repeat. I mean, how many heaters have we supplied to a certain individual or a certain home every year? So all that money being invested into the space heaters, which are dangerous and can't really, I mean, I don't have a furnace. My house is heated with my oven and 2 small space heaters. Those space heaters can only do so much room. I was looking at it while you've been talking. One for 12,000 BTU, $148. 18,000 BTU, $180. You know, old school, long time ago, in the wintertime when you didn't have a furnace or adequate heating, I grew up like this. We all stayed in one room and we kept warm. We covered all the other rooms with a blanket, and that's how we stayed warm. I think that as a long-range plan, if we're going to keep investing in space heaters, then we ought to take some of that funding, find out exactly who doesn't have what, that is always asking for a space heater as that additional heat source, and maybe start actually installing I think it's called Dynaglow, into some of these houses, which can run off of a small propane heater. I mean, a small propane tank. Either the little ones or the old school ones that only come so far. I know some of the propane people still have those. I mean, I'm talking about it as a long range. It's obviously can't do it right now, but maybe eventually we can put something together to actually go to these houses and find out. I'm sure we have a list of how many people we have supplied space heaters to. Maybe it costs 40, 80, 100.
After this cold, there's
add it up year after year, how much money did we invest into this home with how many space heaters? They run continuously, they do eventually burn out, they do get too hot, they do shut off. So in a way, it's helping, it's a temporary fix, and it's a waste of money at the same time, because they need something that's more reliable and long-lasting than a space heater.
Some of these parties thinking, "Tweet, Bob," because that's the same thing we were talking about this morning. Dean Wilson came in there, "Why don't we get these heaters? We just put them on a wall, hook up the propane to it." I have a friend who has one, and he uses the little green bottles. He was put them in there, and he has a Sioux 400, and it'd heat up his whole house.
Yeah, that's why
So.
I'm bringing it up, because I know that they do that.
Yep.
And they produce a lot more heat than a space heater.
Well, we have Fremont, do you have a comment, question?
During this EPP kick in, propane companies, that they're gonna forego their standard operation procedures, rather than when you call them, say, well, I'm supposed to be over there tomorrow. I mean, you know, are they gonna make that?
So last year, there was a time whenever we did use Changri propane, they made EPP a priority, mainly because of this weather that we're getting. And I'm sure they're getting a lot of calls up there right now about propane. I just need someone to text me and tell me that that's happening, and then we can try to get a PO going with whoever. I know down in the winter, they only take 100 gallons, and I forgot that propane company's name down there. We had to pay for it. Yeah, we had to pay for 100 gallons down there, and there was probably about 5 people down there before that we had to get propane for. But around here, I know there's just quite a few people right now that are out of propane and that we're calling, and we do have a record of it because we write everybody's name down and their need. But then I think they probably have space heaters right now, but we could always go back up there and double check now, and hopefully they're listening right now and they're actually making out a ticket for propane so that we can get a PO done wherever.
Horse Creek, and
Okay.
the propane guy is in Horse Creek today, so would they be able to be
Yep.
served
So as I
today?
get done here, then I could call real quick, and then you gotta give me some names and house number. That's all I need. And I'm pretty sure if they're in the system, they probably have the directions to the house.
Hey, Bob, is there anything else that the council needs to know as far as the upcoming storm or upcoming cold weather? Ben?
I got an update this morning from the National Weather Service, and I sent it out to everybody. I put all users, so hopefully you guys got it. So that's what we're expecting. I really get a look at it because my phone started blowing up and I started getting busy. And there's only a couple of us up there this morning, and I was sitting there answering phones and writing everything down. But when I get back, I'll take a look, and if there's anything else that comes up, I'm gonna be emailing you guys. I'll start using that council email. I'll use that. And then in the meantime too, I'm gonna talk with Santee again about getting that text stuff set out, because you probably remember that, right? So using that would be a lot easier too. That way it's specific to the council reps only, and then community chairs, stuff like that, so.
I think there are volunteers that help you from your office keep track.
Well, that's another thing. I'm glad you said that, because we need a PIO, a public information officer. That's what we need. We need somebody out there who's gonna be able to give the public an update, you know? Is not a word to be using all the time, you know? So, that's what I use all the time.
We had, yesterday we talked about IT and
Oh, yeah.
the communications here as far as getting out updates to the public out there. So I think we'll do that. We'll just send them to IT or the communications, and then we'll put them on Facebook or get them out. So I think she does the media, on the air, and the other person in the office over here, she does actually the Facebook communication. So Ben, you have a question, and Kathy?
Quick comment, I know we get the updates on, with the emails and stuff, which is great, that's a good opportunity, especially with the weather, all this type of stuff coming up. But I know just recently, there was, from our last council meeting, we made the motion to, bring on another EPP director. But, since then, we got quite a few emails from, I believe, the other EPP person. And there was conflict about the equipment and stuff. But I do want to make sure that we are straight, that it's under your supervision, all the equipment that is supposed to be under EPP. And also that they are maintenanced, before these things actually have to go up. So I want to make sure to make that clear that that's who's responsible for it. So if you, that email that guys, I mean, it's all conflicting. That's one of the biggest issues we have. We do have to address it because again, that's something that, we don't want to say, well, this person said so, because there was already a conflict in my community when the other person said, yes, we can do this. And then, you said, no, wait a minute, we got to wait for EPP. So that's the conflict. So we want to make this straight. So I want to make sure we have it clear that all the equipment and everything else, the decision-making is under EPP, and that they're the only ones that would be authorized to do that. So, because I mean, again, there's some conflict in within our emails and stuff too. So I want to make sure that that person understands that we got somebody in charge now, and they're doing what they can to make sure our communities are safe and people are safe. So that's what I want to make clear, because I know it's going to be frustrating for you to say, well, we got to get this stuff, and people say no, but to make it clear, that's what I'm saying. I just want to make sure that that's what we're here for, and everybody knows that, understands that that's what we're trying to do. The EPP has control of what's going on, they activate whatever needs to be activated when the chairman says so, and then the equipment, you're the one that has that authority. So I want to make sure that's clear, because I was kind of confused when that came about to say, no, they're doing this, they're taking it. I mean, I don't like to, I guess, address that as much, because again, we're worried about a storm coming and our people to be safe and warm, especially our kids, elders, things that affect. So we want to move forward to that. So that's why I'm saying this now, to make sure that it's clear that you should have ultimate authority of what the say-so is, and moving forward with the EPP. So thank you. That's all the comment. Thank you.
Kathy?
One of the things, Bob, what about water? Are you going to have water prepared for people whose lines freeze up and they don't have water?
So a lot of times they at the water street shorty or young Coom, they had gallon jugs that we filled up, and that's what we would take out. If not, then we would purchase from Redco and get those 5-gallon jugs, and we had those in the past too. So it's, I don't know if anybody requested water yet, but that's something that we do need to be, that we should have on hand, because otherwise we're going to be giving them little 12, 16 ounce.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm asking. We're doing preparedness, so we want to be prepared at every angle. I mean, heat, water, fuel, whatever the needs are going to be during a cold spell. And of course, a lot of times water freezes. And I had sent an email out while I was sick, and I didn't get a response back from anyone on preparation for furnaces and water breaks. When we sat here before and we had the Arctic cold front come in, we had to have, through the president's office, we had to have funding set aside. And Wayne and Scott, you guys probably remember this, we had to put funding aside to hire somebody specific to go out and work on furnaces that were broke. We had to have somebody that could, in an urgent need, go out and fix water lines that froze and broke. And so this isn't just for you, this is for everyone. We need to once again, I mean, we put money aside for other things. We just put money aside for all these infrared heaters. We need to put money aside for furnaces that are having difficulty right now. We need to put money aside for water lines that are gonna break, because it happened before, especially people in trailer houses. And so as a part of this preparedness, I would like to hear if we're going to do something like that, because it's gonna happen again if it gets that cold.
It's happening.
Yeah, because we went through that. When that Arctic cold front came in, probably, I think it's like 6 or 7 years ago, everywhere, everybody's water lines were freezing up, furnaces weren't working. And if you have somebody already through the president's office, vice president's office, that can be put on temporarily on contract, I know every time I ask for help, everybody says, well, I can't come right now because I'm helping ARPA. I can't come right now because I'm working on a house for ARPA. All of our focus, that needs to be shared, a shared responsibility. Everyone can't be there. We're gonna need people for such emergencies as being prepared for incoming cold weather. So I would like to know if we're going to be able to help people that need their furnaces fixed, or water lines repaired if in the event they break during or after, the aftermath of a cold spell, the aftermath of a storm. We don't always discuss the aftermath. We prepare, but do we prepare for the aftermath of that? I don't think so. And so I really think that that's something that we need to come up with soon before this all comes.
That's why I don't think we should deactivate EPP just because the storm's over on Sunday. Monday, it's gonna get nicer.
Exactly.
Tuesday, so we have to wait like a week or so if something happens to keep so then make sure we have funding for those repairs. And we do have, I think there's 3 people for furnaces right now. And I know there's 3 people that work on furnaces. There's 3 people who need their furnaces looked at, and I believe they're gonna be getting looked at today. And the water line stuff, we have, I think, a total of 3 plumbers right now. And then we do have the little heaters that go underneath. We're just gonna, we have to get the little propane bottles for those. Like I'm saying, we have to break into that trailer because we lost the key. So we're gonna get in there and see what we all have. Then I'm gonna pull those generators up and make sure we keep them warm. That's really the easy starting.
So once that email that you're discussing earlier is activated, we're still gonna do that, right, Scott? What he was talking about?
We are activated now.
We're activated yesterday.
So within that, how, that there's those tiers of council, of community, and the public. So once that's, since that's activated, we'll do like we did in the past. We'll text you and let you know so-and-so can't get their furnace lit, then you'll generate that list?
Yep. Or if you get bombarded, you and your community chair get bombarded, you guys are just writing it down because you're not gonna be able to just do one at a time. You're gonna have about 5 people on a list. Take a screenshot of it, or a picture of it and send it to me.
That's why I said last time when this happened and you did that, it was great, it worked really well. But you also had people that volunteered, didn't say, I want extra pay, but actually said they'll volunteer to help. You know, what happened to the Wolof of our people? Everyone wants to get paid for everything. People need to be humble. If we're in a situation where we need help to do this stuff, then we should have people that are willing to volunteer. People don't always have to be looking for that dollar sign, especially if they already have a job. But most likely you are going to need people again. What you did last time is you had some people helping you, and we called into that person, or we text that person, and you guys generated a list per urgency and per call-in, and everybody got reached, and it worked.
We try not to jump around, because then we're gonna leave somebody out. So I got in trouble before because I said no to somebody, and I always remember that because he got mad. And that's why I gotta do my job the right way. I'm not gonna pick favorites or pick and choose. We have to stay with this list that we have and get it done that way. That way we're knocking everybody off and we're not bouncing around.
Just 2 quick things. I know we already made a motion on it too, but I guess another thing to consider is our relatives that live way off the road, way off main roads, you know, that live off out there. If we were to get another big storm, to kind of like consider them when it comes to like propane or anything of that issue, so that they're not stranded 3-4 days without any heat or anything else. As well as anytime we get into an emergency, regardless if we really do our best to prepare our people or not, there's always going to be those few that, you know, didn't hear any of it. And so is there anything that you guys are doing to give information out on alternatives to heating, staying warm during these emergency crises?
We haven't yet, but in the past we did, just like what they mentioned about going into one room.
Yeah.
I told the family to go into one room. I said, drag your TV in, because it was a grandma home with her kids, and the house wasn't heating up. I said, just go in one room, drag your TV in there. I know your grandkids are probably, she was telling me her story, and she lived out in Upper Cutney. So I said, just need to go into one room, go turn your heater, turn your water on in the kitchen and the bathroom. Don't turn it on all the way, but just turn them on so they're dripping and they're not freezing. I told them to open up the doors so that they don't freeze right away. And what her problem was she was having popping in the wall, which was some kind of electrical problem that she was having, but nobody could get out there at that time. So, but communication and getting it fixed.
Yeah, maybe if we could like do something off with our radio stations, our channel 93, or just having it like just like at the top of the hour or something, just so it's always being heard or something, just in case of alternative to, and just in case we don't have heat at the moment, or we weren't able to get to them during this time, or anything like that too. But those are just my two things I wanted to.
I'll be honest with you, whoever calls in, they need that assistance, we will get to them, so.
Definitely.
We have guys up there, and I'm really proud of these guys who are working with us right now. They're dedicated, and they'll go as long as they have to. And last night I said, our phone calls slow down, we're gonna stop at 10. So, and there was people still out delivering, and I said, let them know when they're done, come back in, debrief them real quick, and then tell them what time to come back tomorrow, and then we'll start up again.
Okay, and then whenever we are in like that mindset of like say last year's storm, say it would happen again, and we had the command center over by IHS. I remember around that time I was actually volunteering my time, and I had no clue who the person in charge was. I was just taking orders from whoever was giving me orders.
Mm-hmm.
And
so right now we have somebody up there because I ain't there. Ronald's there right now, and I said you make sure everybody knows what they're doing and where they're going and who we're helping. And we have everything out there. He knows what to do. I mean, I talk to him all the time. So, so he knows what to do.
And whoever comes and helps takes orders from that person, regardless of where we come from.
Regardless, I mean, because when I go back up there, then he'll probably say, "I'm out of here," and he's gonna head out because it's probably growing some gray hair, you know.
All right, definitely, yeah.
So, but if you have anything else, you know, I mean. Just because we're in charge, I mean, just because we're out doing these things for the community doesn't mean that we don't need you guys' input. We're always gonna need the council's input because you guys know your community more than us. You guys should know who needs what. So we're always here to listen and learn, you know, so.
Just have a question on the updated dialysis list. If you guys talked about the yesterday and got the updated list with directions.
We had the updated, we had a list from before, and there's some of them that are no longer alive. So we got another one, but we need to find their addresses, or actually where their physical addresses at. So I think you've been working on that, right?
Yeah. Jerome actually has that old list from last year, and he said it's almost the same. There's nobody added, so but there's people who aren't on there.
Okay.
So.
And the other thing, Chairman, is we talked about informing the public and prevention, all that. Where is our emergency management director who can be helping?
She had a scheduled training she's gonna be back tomorrow, so that's the last time I heard that she went on training, so.
Okay.
And,
I guess it was just frustrating because I didn't know EPP was activated yesterday until I seen a screenshot of his Facebook post posted on someone else's.
like Emily says, we really need to talk about that job description and what her actual duties are, and make sure that Bob knows how he can work with her if we're gonna continue with that position or not, so. Ben?
I know it was brought up before, you know, with two-strike, I mean, it seems like, you know, I know we had our meeting last night, SWA, I know comes in, they have that lease area there, and they're the ones that clear out our roads and all, but, you know, when it takes a while for them to come, that's the issue that we have, because again, you know, some people are, you know, they're really quick to try to get out there, but the other thing too is safety issues, things that affect, so just to have the roads cleared and stuff sometimes, but it was brought up here before about vehicles, trucks, to get a truck. I don't know if that's still possible. I mean, I know we're getting it cleared up right now, while our assistance and help can be brought to our communities, but I do believe also within our community, there is also a lot of people who want to help, you know, who are out there to help each other, again, push each other out, or dig each other out, or, you know, clear out snow drifts and stuff, but I know the community chairman was saying that she had an issue because she didn't have a vehicle to go down and get this wood and stuff, so, I mean, if we're bringing out wood, that's another thing too, to a central area, a lot of issues there, I know, but just to get it out to these people, so that's what we have an issue with, and I do have my own truck that I can do that with too also, and that's things that I'd be willing to do and stuff, but again, if I go down, which I did, I got stuck a few times, but of course we got out anyway, but, so those are things that I'm kind of looking at, at the beginning last year, or this, before we approved the budgets, there was some skidsters that were coming to play there. And after finding out from ARPA that money wasn't for those skidsters, so now, I mean, after I told my community, hey, I guess we're getting skidsters for the snow removal. You know, here we are right in the mix of it, and we still not have a plan of what we're doing. So that's what I'm wondering right now of what we can do. I know most communities have vehicles, most communities have help. We in Two Strike don't have anybody. You know, I mean, yes, we have to help ourselves, and I, along with the community chairperson, want to be self-sufficient enough that we can help ourselves out. But if we don't have the equipment to do it, then it's really kind of tough, I think. So like other communities can go and rely on farmers and ranchers and possibly even anybody else to come and help them out, but we don't have that capability. We have to sit and wait. So for me, being a strong voice that I would want to be, I want to make sure that we have the capabilities to help ourselves out, to help alleviate some of the issues with EVP or anything else. So it was brought up before the Spring Creek Council rep about getting trucks, because I know they're in the same position too. They're way down at the bottom there. So we do need to have a voice of what we can do to help our community right now. A plow, a truck that we can utilize to take around wood or even help people out in some sense. But again, I do realize for me too that I made an example last night about last summer having a free lawnmower, and that only lasted for 3 weeks because they went over rocks and everything with it and just dismantled it. So to me, I know I and the community chairman will be more responsible in dealing with those trucks to make sure that it's for what it's used for, what it's supposed to be for, which is pulling out and helping out with wood and stuff. So he gave us some ideas about what we can do to help us with the trucks that they would have, because I know they were saying it burns out the transmission and stuff like that too, which is understandable. But I mean, if you're out there doing it, constantly, I don't think it will burn out as much of this unless we know how people treat vehicles and stuff. So that's where I'm at right now. Is I know we have funding getting thrown around out there for more stuff, I think, but how would we do that? How can we, I guess, look at getting a community prepared? So if you look at all these plans, I know St. Francis, Parmalee, Rosebud, Antelope, they all prepared. They have vehicles, they have people there, they have everything there, but small communities don't have those. We don't have that capability to say, oh, I'm gonna talk to Joe Blow there and have him go out there and get in that plow and start plowing people out. We don't have that capability. So for me and the new chairperson this past fall, we just got in there and now we don't know, we're not prepared. They should have been getting wood this past summer, we should have been doing a lot of stuff, but that wasn't happening. So I'm just wondering, and for me, for my community, I'm not trying to be demanding in a sense, but we do need those to help us, I guess, in this emergency too. So again, like that tragedy last year during the winter time, we wouldn't be able to help or do something. So that's why finding a way out from our community where we can get out and stuff, I guess. But that's what I'm asking for. What can we do with the vehicles? How can we do that? Do we need to, I guess, sign one or something like that? Do we need something like that? So those are my concerns right now, especially with the CPP. And of course, the cold weather, we're gonna do what I can. We make some good decisions with the chairman, so she understands that, we're not gonna be out there just fiddling around or stuff like that. But, to us, it's just mainly focused on the community and the people who have illnesses. So that's where I'm at. If you have any, I guess some solutions to that, I think, would be helpful for us. So, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Bob, for coming down. There was a comment made by our emergency manager that there was money available and that she found semi-loads of wood to bring in, but council wanted to purchase from local vendors. Just wondering if we have enough wood from local wood vendors, or do we need to look into purchasing some of that wood to sustain for the winter?
Well, I know President Scott's office is handling that right now, and I know this guy has 10 cords. He's bringing that, but at some point in time, all that's going to be gone again. It doesn't matter how much wood somebody's going to bring in. What matters is how much you give out per person or per activation. Because like I told you guys at the meeting, it should be 128 cords to fill that up. That lasted us almost a whole 7 months before we filled it up. But then, like I said, somebody was going to truckloads, taking them to a house, and I said, man, we still need to stick with our plan and give up as much as we can per house so that it'll last. Because we just don't know. We can have this one that's coming right now, and it's gonna last 4 days. The next one could last 10 days. And then we have to think about the snow. what's gonna happen. You know that the snow right now that we got previous to this, the little dusting that we got underneath there is hard. So whatever, hopefully the snow that we got kind of hardens up a little bit, because when we get the wind, it's gonna start drifting up again, unless it snows again. Even a little inch of snow is gonna probably cause 2 to 3 foot drifts. And then, so that's, it's up to you guys, what you guys wanna do, if you guys wanna make that purchase or not.
Also, right now, we made some money available to purchase wood out of my office, so I have one of my workers in my office, Deanna, she's working occasional call, if they have wood, they're calling in, or trying to buy what they have, but they're calling in, but they don't necessarily have any wood cut yet, so we're kind of running into problems with people getting out, being able to cut. We just purchased 10 cords that were dropped off up there, so it is starting to come in. I know the idea was to hire local vendors and purchase their wood through local vendors because they can earn some income off that. But that was the plan, and that's what the budget finance wanted us to do at that time, so is to purchase from local vendors.
And another thing too, I know some of you guys aren't there, but in the past, when I worked at BA Fire, the tribe requested BA Fire to assist with getting firewood. So we went out, we found a spot, we dug our way there, and there was probably 8 of us then. There was a lot of us, we were stacked up, and we all knew how to operate a chainsaw, so we just started cutting them in lengths. We had the equipment there to load it on the 20-foot flatwood. They would leave, and we would sit there and just continue to cut, and come back and then load it up again, they're gone. And I think they took it up to that red building maybe, and that's where they were cutting it. I don't know, all I know is I was cutting down trees for the tribe, and so that would probably be another thing too. But that's up to.
Go ahead, Kathy. Oh, sorry, Michelle, you done?
No, I was,
Okay.
before you go on too much further, Bob, like houses where elders and disabled are, in case of an emergency, is it part of your plan in order to clear, like, in front of the house to get to them? Because I know we do the roads, but actually from the road to the house, I mean, some have people that are in the house that can help, some don't.
Yeah.
So is there a way that we're going to make sure that elders and disabled have access to them? Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
Is that part of your plan?
most of the guys who go out there, they'll clear a path anyway. There's somebody else who is going out there and making one path when the snow's light, or if it just settled down 24 hours later or something, it's not hard yet. So it's easier if you V-plow it, and then open up and then try to widen that road out. Because if you leave these drifts on the side like that, it's gonna blow shut again. So last night, a place blew shut north of 83. There's a little white trailer house there, so I opened that all up because that way they'll be able to get out and it won't be drifting.
And then the last question I have is, like, I don't know if it's cold that's coming or if it's cold and snow, but like houses like transitional super hundreds, maybe some turtle houses that have that escape vent for the sewer. I don't think anyone's ever made a point to check those for elder and disabled to make sure they're clear, because we don't want those gases going back into the houses. Is that a part of your plan?
It can be. Usually they'll call us and they'll tell us that they can smell propane or they can smell something, and then I know Travis has a little wand, he can go over and check it, but a lot of times if we have to call up on that roof, we're probably gonna have to get safety harnesses, because a lot of them have tin roofs now.
Yeah, these tin roofs are terrible.
And then
actually,
and then to check it to see. I know in the past, some of them with the exhaust and the intake, they were flipped around where the intake was straight up and the exhaust was down, where it was icing up.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I have a community member here requesting the floor.
No objections? Phil or Fred?
Phil.
Phil, okay. Phil number 1.
Thank you, Council. Any questions? Porque usich o energy no ho atante. Tanka ka numlele kapta. Ukanga igluya wa chami. Translates into nake nula wa. I try to live that way. But as I'm getting to be more of an elder, I tend to go out and ask for help. And I've been asking for help, and thanks to Emily, Council Rep Parmley, that I may be getting some help from Liat also to install a furnace in my 60-year-old trailer house. But I'm running into a problem with, you guys mentioned those wall heaters. I do have, that's what I use to keep my trailer house warm. But those 100-gallon tanks, you know, I think I mentioned this before, that they're hard to lift when they're full. And my pickup is about that high at the end gate, so I can't lift them up there to, I have to take my bottles to Chitango Auto to get them filled. Because those bottles, I don't think they have a nozzle for them on their trucks. So I have to take them there to get them filled. But what I'm leading up to is maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree about trying to get a propane tank from ARPA, 250 or 500 gallon. So this time I'm asking the council if any of you know anybody out there that, you know, I travel around, so I see boarded up houses with 500 or 250 gallon tanks parked in back of the house they're not using. The house is all boarded up, and or these abandoned houses. There's tanks sitting out there. So that's what I'm trying to get at. LEAP is going to help me with the furnace to install into my trailer. But now I'm in the process of trying to locate a tank, 250-gallon tank, because the one I'm using for my little wall hanger heater is 7 or 8 days. It keeps me warm, and then it runs out. So I have to take it to Mission and get it refilled. And I don't know if my ARPA money is going to run out for propane. So I wanted to ask Bob if he knows anybody that has a, you know, like abandoned propane tank sitting out there someplace. So I don't have to, you know, last time I almost cramped up and I thought I was gonna go into a Caesar or something trying to lift up that.
Yeah, those are pretty heavy. Takes a couple people to lift those up. I don't know anybody with a propane tank or who would have one. I know I thought I seen one on Facebook one time, but I'm not too sure.
So I'm asking the council to keep their ears open or something if they know anybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your secretary's stomach growling. She's Chris.
I just want to have a clarification on this EPP position too. Like, I don't know, I always talk about directors going back and forth, this and that. Is this position like its own position? Like, are you getting paid for
I
this?
appointed him to the position. It was based off that discussion that we had last week. You wanted somebody boots on the ground.
Yeah.
Bob's name came up as far as doing it before, so I was asked to ask him if he'd do it again. But I'd really like a motion for you guys to basically appoint him as the EPP director, or is it, or I can do that by my authority, but I would really like the council to make a motion to appoint him as that person. So
If he becomes that person, then what about the safety of dams director then?
no, he's still there. He's only active when EPP's activated. So
then what would he be getting?
So when he's getting his like when he's there, he won't get any other pay besides what he's getting paid for safety of dams, except for when we activate EPP. And we talked about this when the director's having a policy that says that the directors can't earn anything over their 40 hours. So I talked with the human resource person, and we decided that we can do that in case of emergency. So it doesn't spell that out. So we decided that he would get paid straight time after hours, anything over 40, if the EPP is activated or if he's working a storm. And that's how we decided to do it. So I did a memo and I sent it over to Human Resources to do that. So he's not getting paid anything for being the EP coordinator. Basically, that answers your question.
Okay. So then, back to what Emily brought up, we probably do need to have that discussion then with the current one and where we are today.
All right. Lisa?
Regarding Phil's request, it's disheartening to see that this is about his third time that he came here to council, and I don't know if you've ever looked into his request, or...
I don't know of any. I'm just like him. They're really hard to find. We have Patsy Valandra over in St. Francis. She has tanks, but she wants people paid for them, It's just like anything else. If they're hard to find, if somebody finds one that's abandoned someplace, somebody else nabs it up. So, and I've seen a couple on Facebook that were somebody was trying to sell for at one time, but otherwise they're hard to find unless you go out and buy a new one.
I'll make a motion to have you research it and come with some options to us at Budget and Finance on Friday.
Okay, we'll do that. I'll see if I can find one.
Can I interject? real
Yeah.
quick here? Yesterday, Phil, we had a conversation, I think you told me you had a tank and you wanted to move it.
That was my brother's tank, Gary.
Okay, so this morning I helped you, what did I help you for this morning?
The council rep located a propane tank and they wanted money for it. So I was short $50.
Is that's what I
Yeah.
chipped in with you?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have a
Hasn't got a
tank?
word back from that.
Do you have a tank now as we speak? But you got one located?
Potentially, he's been working on this for a while, and so we went through a couple different programs when we're looking at it. He's been
having help from the elderly affairs. It just got to the point where when it came to needing the tank, we located one that we thought would be available, but it was full. We couldn't find anybody to either empty it or move it. And so while we were waiting on that, we were asking around for other ones. I haven't been able to get anything concrete yet. That was just a lead on one, but it wasn't a for sure thing yet.
Yeah, because I gave you some money this morning, I didn't know, I guess I got confused over which tank I was donating money to, so.
I don't think we really need a motion. I'll look for one, and if we can find one, we'll find a way to pay for it and help him out, so we'll get it done. Michelle, go ahead.
I have a tank in my yard that it has like 200 gallons in it, but the gauge doesn't work. That's why I didn't want to use it. So it has, it's sitting in our yard, and I don't know, Sioux Propane moves them, but I don't know what he charges. Our Sioux Heating and Cooling, he moves them from his personal business, but I don't know what he would charge. But if you want it, you can take it.
Phil, do you have the answer to that, or?
Yeah, Kenny Provencal move a propane tank for $200, and that's what I was saving up on. I'm trying to get it moved. Is it like 250 or 500 gallon tank?
I don't know, it's very big.
If there's 200 in there, it's at least a 250, so I think it'll work, Phil.
I'll give you some money for it too, so. Okay. I appreciate it.
All right, I think we got it solved. But, yeah, we'll figure out how to get it moved for him if that's what he wants to do, okay? All right. Bob, you got any more as far as reporting? I know we talked quite a bit this morning.
No, I just, like, if you guys have any questions or whatever, you guys have my number now. If you guys have any issues in your communities, let me know. And we can try to address them right away. We have some trucks at Frontier Motor that we're going to be going after. I think one anyway, and it's one of those canyons. And I think we're going to have those going tonight, or one of them anyway. But I also think that those canyons can probably be really useful for some of the community chairs that don't have trucks. That maybe we should sign them out to those communities like he was saying. And I know up in Black Pipe that we usually go up there, we'll go up at night and we'll move snow because it's a lot easier to move at night than it is during the day because we have less traffic. So there's usually myself, Arnold, and Joe, and then we'll get the loader from Corn Creek and we'll start moving stuff up there. And it's a lot easier. So just to let you guys know. So if you see me out and about in 2 other trucks, we're moving snow.
Ray,
Yeah, that was a good point with the trucks. I know there's some communities that don't have them, and like hauling wood's really difficult. I don't have a truck, but I stuffed my backseat with wood last winter and was delivering it that way. But I want to make a motion that when EPP is activated, that tribal trucks are available to our community chairs during the duration of it being activated.
Tribal program trucks?
Yep.
Is that what you're talking about? If they're not being used?
If they're not being used already. Yep.
All right, and a second by Chris.
Figuring it out.
Go ahead, Emily.
Can we ensure that then they would be considered either an
Employee or something that would be covered by the insurance?
Hey,
What was the motion?
to have a travel program truck be available when EPP is activated for community use. To community chairs.
I got a good question on that too. I think I've heard it in the past about the council requesting these trucks being purchased for these communities in the past. So, I mean, if that's a concern, but the insurance part of it, then maybe we should look into the purchasing part of it. So, I mean, if there's something out there that's possible, I mean, the truck's a truck to me, but again, I mean, you like it, so, we would, I guess, get new, I don't know, but we get used to, doesn't that, but I'm just saying that this is happening right now, and make sure that we get this taken care of, so that we have an idea of what we're doing, so.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. Kathy, you have a question?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
So with that, what the motion you're making, Ray, is that, I was talking to Lisa, so I didn't catch the whole thing, but, so you're wanting,
Trucks available for our community chairs, because there's some of us that don't have chairs.
okay, so with that, are these trucks gonna stay in the community, or are they gonna be housed by the tribe? Because you're opening a door to issues of abusing, breakdowns, the mechanical, so-and-so took it, they were down a Valentine, it wasn't even stormy. You're opening a door to something bigger. So if you're gonna do this, they only need to be used during EPP activation and housed with the tribe. You take them, you put them in the community, you are opening a door to issues within each community. Some may be responsible, some may be irresponsible, and I myself, I don't want to see that.
I think the motion said when EPP was activated, right? Yes, so what's that in that to be housed at? Check it out.
Check back in when it's done.
And we'll try to find out all the programs, if they're available to have a truck available. I don't know how we're gonna do that, but we'll figure something out, Bob.
I think using those canyons would be a really good thing because we use those and they get all over the place. And you don't have to worry about it. They're not low, but they're just right. And you can still haul enough wood. I mean, we've done it. You're gonna see a little white one driving around here with wood. They're handy. They're four-wheel drive and they can get all over the place.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor.
And in the insured part, an employee or at least be under insurance in the motion.
Chris, how to do that? Chris, you question?
No, I second it.
Okay, second by Chris. Any more discussion? Not, we need a question. Michelle, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Michelle, you got another
We did,
comment?
have a motion to appoint him as the EPP manager.
No, we did. Is that your motion to appoint him as the EPP coordinator? Is that what we're calling it? Coordinator? Is that what it was before? Yeah, okay. That's your motion to appoint Bob Oliver as EPP coordinator. Second by Ray. Need a question. Micah, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Best too is that if any of the guys get underneath your skin, get mad at me, don't get mad at them. It's because I'd rather have everything come back on me rather than the people who are out there trying to do something. Because then that way I can correct it with them. In the past, I think some of them have PTSD from some of this stuff. So, we just gotta take it easy on those guys. They'll be okay.
Hey. Micah, did you have a comment?
Bob, I got a question. So, do we have anything in place for the travel employees, say if they're out plowing or delivering till 3 o'clock in the morning, they have work at 8. So is there anything in place where they can come in at a later time,
I
maybe?
think that's something that's probably gonna have to come from the president, giving some kind of,
Admin leave for-
admin leave for them. And I know we discussed the work ratio, which is usually 2 to 1. Like work 16 hours, you get 8 hours of sleep. So, or you work. Sometimes that's why I was trying to keep it at a certain time and keep it off, so that we're not burning anybody out. 4 days, it's gonna probably lead into probably 10 days, just maybe, you know. But then the delivery part of it, it's probably gonna get cut off, probably on Monday or Tuesday or something after it starts to, the temperatures start to rise. And then, so what we'll do is we'll deactivate EPP to a certain point, but keep it on for like the furnaces and the water lines and the freezing pipes and stuff, so that those can get worked on. So, but that's just up to, I don't know where you would have to take that work ratio deal.
Is that something that you have created or
No,
you're after?
it's not.
I think it's probably should be based off their sign in and sign out, and then your recommendation that they come in later on the
And
next
that's
morning.
something you
So,
two
yeah.
could work out?
So then they punch in and they come up at 5 and they sign in. So they already put in their 8 hours. And some of them, like we got a guy coming from the road department. He punches in at 5 in the morning. So I told him, he said, I'm pretty tired. He said, are we done? I said, I punched in at 5. I said, go home. Because we don't need somebody who's tired at the wheel. You know, so I think he went home probably around 9 or so. And he already put in a lot of hours, you know. So we gotta think about those guys too. We don't wanna bring anybody out.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Rob. Appreciate it. Yeah, we'll have a lunch break till 2. Vice President says hangry. back to our agenda. Go back up to constitutional officers. I'll start out with my report. I don't have a whole lot to report on. I did attend the meetings at LNI, the Great Plains Chairman's Association meeting for 2 days. I did attend the Great Plains Tribal Leaders Health Board. They had a session on one day, and then they had a budget formulation meeting on the next day. So I was pretty busy up there as far as attending meetings. The next thing I had was I also attended a bead program, a beads consultation meeting with the state. The state got some beads money to implement and plan for broadband infrastructure. And we was trying to see if we was eligible for that. So I invited the director from the state down to do the consultation, and I invited some of the council people to come over and visit with him. So it was a really good meeting. We learned a lot in that meeting. Well, in the end, we found out we weren't eligible for it. We have to do some things to maybe appeal that kind of something that might make us eligible for some of that beads money. But otherwise, it turned out to be a pretty good meeting. The guy that runs the state program, his name is Mike Waldner. Really good guy to get along with. I think he's out of what's that one over by Pine Ridge? Pine Ridge there by going towards Cadoca on 44. What's the community over there? Wombly. He's originally from Wombly community, so he's a tribal member from Pine Ridge. So, but otherwise, it turned out pretty good. I did collect some of the job descriptions for the project manager, and I did advertise those. I just wanted to report to you guys that for the project manager for the 100 Homes project, we only had 3 applicants. So, and then the TUC director, we had 6 applicants. I don't know if you guys want to send those back, or if you want me to read the names off who applied for that. And you can decide if you want to send it back out for advertisement, or if you want me to set up some type of interviews. For the 100 Homes project manager, we had a James Henry that applied for the job, Tanya Marshall, and Tamlon Wilcox that applied for that position for 100 Homes project manager. The director of TUC, we had Jesse Blackbonnet apply for that, Todd Hay, James Henry, Dina Hawkes, Steve Benoyer III, and Tamlon Wilcox. So those are the 6 that applied for that position. We're trying to be very active in the TUC program, but I think we really need to select somebody and have somebody going over there as far as new leadership in that program. So it's up to you guys if you want to re-advertise the programs, or 1 or 2, or want to select somebody, or have me set up a day for interviews. So what you guys want me to do?
If that's really that pressing of an issue, you could set up an interview for the TEC.
Okay, do you want me to keep advertising for the 100 Home project manager?
Yes.
Okay, we'll do that, okay. The other thing that I was talking about, he's talking about a public relations. I think I'm gonna have our business office go ahead and try to draft up you got it?
Yeah, actually, I'm glad you brought that up, because the business office, they did draft that
Okay.
job description back in October, so I have it here. And I was kind
Okay.
of hoping that we would go through it and maybe approve it here at this level, and then we can advertise it.
Okay, that'd be a good idea if we can make copies of that and then pass it out, and then we can actually approve the job description, and I can go ahead and advertise it, so. The Attorney General, it's still sitting there. We talked about earlier about how important it is to have our Attorney General aboard. They have oversight of our office over here, plus our prosecution. We really need to continue to do that, so hopefully that there's somebody out there that can help us recruit somebody here in the near future. I think the problem is that a lot of these attorney generals that are law trained that want to come in here, they want a lot of money to do that. So, Emily.
Thank you. I just had a quick question on that. As far as ideas for recruitment and retention, do we have any not necessarily savings, but unused funds since it's been sitting so long that we could possibly use as like a sign-on bonus? Or do we have any like housing available that we could identify that could maybe be a package deal? Or is there any ideas or suggestions about recruitment of that really important position?
I don't really have an idea. All we've been doing is putting it out. We did get one person that was interested in it, and then he pulled out at the last minute, and I'm not sure if he's wanting to, what I heard was that there are some politics that go along with that job, and nobody wants to work for the tribe when there's political things going on, so that's kind of what I was told, so it's going to be hard to find somebody for Attorney General. If you guys know anybody any law-trained people or anything like that, hopefully we can get some ideas on how we can get that position filled. Yesterday we had the EPP meeting yesterday, and we pretty much went over what we talked about yesterday. I did thank all the people that were out in the last storm, that clearing the roads, made sure that they were recognized as far as the long hours they put in, and that was including SWA, motor fuel, road department, and water resources. They all play a big part in plowing the roads, and I think they really did a good job as far as sticking to their schedule. I think the only time they got off their schedule is if there was actually a real emergency that somebody really needed to get out. So they said that they did stick to their schedule as much as they can, and they were pretty proud of themselves for doing that. So but otherwise, I don't have a whole lot today. That's kind of what my report's on. I haven't been traveling so much, so I plan to stick around for a while. We have upcoming meetings for January. I don't have anything pressing as far as going to any kind of meetings. I was invited down to the Tribal Relations Day in Pierre today, but I decided I wanted to stay home and run the council meeting. So we had Cher and Jordan go down there, and we also have Sonny Bush, our Legislative Affairs Director, down there for the flag ceremony that they're going to hang a flag in the rotunda. So, Chris, you got a question?
Relating to the meeting down at, or up over in Pierre, I think it'd be appropriate to have the Black Pipe Singers come here and also,
Sure.
bring us into a meeting one day, maybe at the end of this month.
Yeah.
On the 24th, as well as acknowledge our, the Okanchaki, Tokiachi won the Lakota Language Bowl the last 2 years.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I feel like it'd be appropriate to invite them here too and honor them in that manner too, so that they know that they have support from the tribe as well.
I can set that up for the 24th?
Yeah.
Or is it on the 24th is the next meeting?
Yeah, 24th.
Okay, we'll do that.
And then, last thing is, where are we at with the casino manager?
Casino manager, I'll leave that one up to Ray. I hate to put you on the spot, but you probably know more about it than I do.
I know the council made a motion last week to do a management contract, or RFP, so I don't know if that was out yet by your office, but I do know, last week, they met with the tribe, the treasurer. with
Yeah,
the tribe.
Wayne comes in with Mohegan's.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So there's some talks on it, but it's still being actively advertised for it, but I think the decision is to go with like a management. So I know there was some discussions talked amongst the treasurer.
I know on Thursday, that meeting was set up with the treasurer, and I was gonna join by phone with the funeral that day, but he didn't, are you aware of it, the company he talked to?
No, I don't, but we've been talking about this contracting our casino for quite a while.
So maybe on the treasurer's report I could ask him.
Yeah, okay, yep. So that's kind of the direction that the board of directors is looking at, and as far as, and I did get a little report from Ken Ledoux on maybe start to planning for another casino, so they're on their planning stage right now, so I think that's what you guys talked about your last meeting.
Yes, and just for councils, we had a meeting last Thursday, and we met with architects out in Minneapolis, and then a feasibility study firm, Rob's Kaplan, I think they're called. But they're coming to the casino on January 18th, so next Thursday at 9:30 a.m. if anybody wants to attend. But they're gonna look at our facility, look at our gaming compact, look at our needs, and then go back and then come back with a plan. But they'll be out on site on the 18th if anybody wants to attend. It's at 9:30, the casino.
Kathy?
So wasn't there already applications in for the casino manager? And, I mean, I'd just like to be updated because this is new.
At the time, it was being advertised last spring, and we got applications in. There's probably about 12 of them. And up until June, the HR guy called them back, and a lot of them already had different jobs because it was being advertised for 2-3 months. So he called them at the time, asked who would still be interested, and there's maybe like a handful. Well, then come August, it was still being advertised, so he called them back, and that even dropped lower. But I know there's several more that came in, and I know Ken will probably know more about that. I haven't seen the applicants, but I know there's a couple more that came in for that position. But I think it just kind of got, because I know the body wanted to move towards like a management group to come in and manage our casino, as opposed to like hiring a general manager. But there is applicants, and maybe we can ask Ken to give us an update on who's.
Yeah, maybe I'll have him do a list of all the applicants and send it to you by email. Would that be okay?
Yeah, because like with what you guys are discussing, what is the projected time frame if you go at this management team? You know, the casino's been without a permanently out there everyday manager for way too long. Juggling 2 jobs, you don't dedicate 100% to something as important as the casino when you're holding another job. You know, the tribe has put that on Ken to do that, but it's been that way for far too long now. There are issues out there, there are things out there that need a person in-house, a manager there, not a manager that's here and here. If you're not at your job 100% of the time, you don't really know what's going on. You can't really dedicate that. I'm not trying to discredit what he's done, but to me it's unacceptable to put somebody into an acting position and expect them to go back and forth, because you can't dedicate yourself and devote yourself 100% to something as big as the casino. I mean, I don't know how long that's been vacant, but to even have it vacant for a few months is detrimental to this tribe and what's going on out there. I wasn't here because I was sick, but I was told about the electrical problem and that shutting down. You know, that's another conversation for another day, but something that functions off of electricity, as important as a casino, to have that go down, why wasn't somebody making sure that annual checks were being done? Like any place that's ran off of electricity, propane, anything that makes your organization run, you have to do periodic checks on it. Why weren't periodic checks doing? How much did we lose having the casino closed all that day? Of course, those are questions for the 24th. But I think that, I don't know anybody else's feeling, but it's time to either hire somebody or move on, because Ken's been part-time out there too long. It's time for us to move forward now. This acting, I mean, that's way too long. He's got a job there. Either you're gonna leave him there or you're gonna put him here, because he needs to be 100% at one or the other, not trying to manage something as large as the casino and doing this other program. I mean, it's been bothering me for a long time. I brought it up a few times, and I won't quit bringing it up until we have somebody out there.
Well, we can talk more about it on 24th, but I'd like to respond to that a little bit. You know, I was on the board of directors for quite a while before Ray took over, and we found that there are a lot of we have all this turnover, and so those people that are in those positions that make the casino run, they learn their job and then they quit, and they don't have anybody trained underneath them, so they start all over every time. And so that's kind of some of the chaos that's going on out there. Is just we just can't keep the trained people out there to be long period of time before they quit and have to train somebody else. So it's a constant thing that we have to train somebody how to do their job. So that's not making any excuses, but that's reality for the casino out there.
Or you're fired.
Yep, yep.
Well, that's the reason I say that
Yeah.
it needs somebody there. If you're not here all the time, if you're not here and Willie has to fill in for you, he has to update you every time. You
Right.
can't really focus on it yourself because you're not
Right,
here.
right.
So if you don't have somebody out there, yeah, there's gonna be a large turnover because you don't have that presence. Presence is important in a job, especially in a leadership job, in a managerial job. You can't have somebody that's not that solid person managing it.
Let's talk a little bit more about it when
Yeah.
treasurer gives her report, so.
I was
Emily?
just gonna ask the same question he asked.
Yeah, Emily? Did you have your hand up?
Thank you. I might just wait. I just had a comment, I guess, about this whole casino thing, and maybe we should wait or maybe whatever, but to me, it needs to be a really big, open, honest conversation about what we want to do, what we
Right.
see our future of this.
Yeah.
And I say that because hearing about a, almost 30-year-old building with minimal to little to maybe none upkeep and maintenance over the years, I mean, there's only so much Band-Aid that you can help with that. And so I think we need to have this conversation, hopefully sooner rather than later, about what our goal is to keep that afloat in the meantime while we're planning for something newer, bigger, better, whatever it's gonna be, that's gonna be more long-term, because we can't keep putting money into something that's not fixable at this point, but at the same time, we can't just go from that to nothing either in the meantime. And so, there's jobs on the line, there's our programs on the line, there's a lot of, stuff on the line here, and so I don't know if you already have something planned, but I'd like to get it, on the agenda to make sure that we are making space for this type of conversation. I don't know if it makes sense to have it after that 18th meeting or before, I don't know, but I really think it's important that everybody's brought up to speed, everybody's on the same page, that we can make the best decision for right now, but also thinking about what that means for the future. Thank you.
Well, in our casino report on the 24th anyway.
Yep. Yep.
That's good.
Okay, is there any more questions on my report? Michael?
Do you think part of the reason why we haven't had any applicants for anything in general is that it's not being advertised?
Oh, it's been advertised, I thought it's been.
Because I know we've discussed it.
It's on our page, that goes out with all the jobs.
It's
not on it no more?
Yeah, but it hasn't been advertised since like this summer.
Like in the casino.
Really? When I looked at the job advertisements, when they post them on Facebook, I always see the Attorney General's.
It's the Attorney General for the naming the program, but it's not the actual position that's.
Okay.
So
maybe I better look at that closer, okay?
So it's
I'll make
been
sure
like that
it gets
for a
out there.
while.
I didn't know that was happening that way. Okay, anything else? Ben?
Just a quick one, Mr. Chairman, where are you on that weekend type stuff, and where we at on that? I know you said you got like maybe 2 or so, are they still, they're still looking?
They're still calling in, we just got 10 cords bought, and as soon as they call in and tell us they have some, we tell them to bring it in, drop it off, we pay them, so.
Whereabouts they dropping it off at?
They're dropping it off at Water Resources.
Okay. All right, I'll just second, thank you.
We have to have somebody verify the cords and that kind of stuff, make sure that it's good wood, so.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah, can we go through this and maybe
Sure.
this so we can start advertising it? Yeah, for the RST Public Relations Officer, the business office drafted this back in October, and then it was emailed, I forwarded it to council. But it does need to get approved in order for it to be advertised, so if you guys have any suggestions on changes or what needs to be added or taken out, now's the time.
So the bureau occasionally, I'm so sorry. The bureau occasionally attend council meetings. If he's not here one meeting and we have something urgent to bring out, how will he be aware of that? How will he or she to get him here? I mean, like, how will he be able to
Although we strike occasionally.
strike?
Say at least 10 every week.
Okay.
it's on the air too.
Yeah. I just want to hear.
Yeah, we'll just strike it. Do up to 10.
I think it's very important, and I think you were bringing it up, I think that they should be
At every council meeting, but my question is on the committee meeting parts. Will we have a mechanism in place? Because I don't think, like, there might be some that are on the same day, or they can't be in two places at once. So I just want to make sure that we have, something in place for them. The secretary's office will share information or share motion excerpts, or I don't know how that would work, but I just want to make sure that there's still communication in the instance that they can't be two places at once.
So on, aren't the media statements to be released, are those usually approved by council for you to do?
They are right now. I have a memo being drafted to all program directors, basically saying that they cannot do any press releases without somebody reviewing it and permission from the president's office. So we have a few people that are doing press releases without permission, so.
Is that what happened with the total land release on the 13 stranded drivers?
Yeah.
Or did you authorize
No,
that?
I didn't authorize that, so
Okay.
I
Are you
was
addressing
surprised
that?
too, so.
So instead of immediate supervisor, should be the president. So we could put that,
Under the direct supervision.
and then any council media, would need a council motion? That need to be put in today, you think?
Yeah.
That we could put a council, any media by the council would need a council motion, but, I mean, if it's like an emergency or something, that's something under your delegation that you can authorize them to release something? Okay. And then so, is this person gonna be in your office?
I'm not sure how you guys want to handle that.
And the supervision, they have it underneath the tribal.
We're having such a hard time finding offices.
I was just gonna say, because how's this position gonna be funded?
Yeah. That's another thing that we have.
Okay, because if it's gonna be under your office, maybe we could we could fund them out of your budget.
My budget, give me some more money then. All right.
So we still gotta find out where we're gonna
We
place.
could do that, that's fine with me, as long as you
Okay.
guys give me more money to do it,
So we gotta figure out where to place this person and then how to fund it. Okay.
Okay, all right.
I just had a question on that office, that's kitty corner from over here. Is that vacant or has that been filled already? Because I know the communications people have recently moved out of there.
I think it's vacant still, I don't know how many.
And it's right across from your office, so I mean, I think that would be, it's right here in close proximity to council.
Be a good
so.
idea.
I could make a motion if we need it, but I guess we have to approve it.
Yep. But yeah, it should be under his office, not any other program.
I don't want us to overthink the press release.
No.
Right, because basically, they're turning out information from this body. So every time, are we wanting them to have to get a motion from council to release that information? Or do we need to be specific as to what types of press releases they need permission from this body? Because I don't want them to just get tired of, okay, well, I can't put this out of town council motions.
Process by maybe attorney before it goes out, that it would be okay, so, but that's up to you guys, after reviewed by our in-house attorney or something like that. Kathy and Emily?
I think that because it's kind of fast on here, like what they're covering, that it needs to come from you. It
Yeah.
needs to be under you because it's representing all of you,
Yeah.
all of us in this tribe. So it needs to be under you, and
Okay.
you have, because they're speaking on your behalf on some
Right.
of this, anything, I mean, you can go through, you can contact us and let us know if it pertains to us and we need to go that direction. But otherwise, anything pertaining to this tribe, it needs to come from you to them saying, okay, you can release that. You don't want them releasing something that could make us look bad, basically. I mean, there's so much stuff that goes out on social media that's negative that we need to be really careful with this position as to what's going out there. The person that's hired in this needs to have that knowledge and that expertise to make a sound decision as to what they're going to put out. It's really easy to misconstrue information, what comes out of your mouth. People can put words in your mouth easily, and that's a representation of you, Willie, us.
All right. And that's happened quite a bit. Yeah. There you go, Darren. Emily and Ben.
Thank you. I don't know if it needs to be in this document or maybe a subsequent document after they're hired, but I agree there needs to be some kind of guidelines, maybe like, in my mind, a lot of what we're doing in here are action items that we want to share, so they were going to be part of a motion anyway, so maybe just including the language like also in that same motion, this is something that's going to go to the public relations officer to be disseminated or whatever. I think that could be very doable in our meetings that we're already having. I also think there should be something in there that if it's not directly coming from a motion from council, that any release then is authorized by you by either an emergency or some other type of status. But I'm also wondering if you feel comfortable of having like Eric or, you know, some other type of legal review. I don't know if it would be Eric or somebody else that's appropriate, but I also agree that your department or your office is the voice, and that's where it should be coming from. But I also don't want there to be a lot of redundancy. It says here that they'll create their own social media and that kind of thing, and my only hesitancy there is we don't really have a social media plan. We don't really have things that protect us, and I know I brought it up a lot of times before, but I think if we can build in a protective protocol now while IT or communications are working on that, I think that could help also. Thank you.
Again, I do believe this position is really needed. Again, a lot of these things that we've been discussing as far as like, you know, the compact, you know, all that type of stuff that should be put out there. I mean, I guess we all know too, I mean, you know, I've been on the radio. I mean, there's things you can say and things you can't say, you know. I mean, you don't want to degrade people on the radio, you know. So again, they should have an understanding of what you can and can't say. So that's one of the biggest things. But for us here on council, it's the same thing too. We're on the social media right now, so they can construe whatever it is. But in reality, it's just putting out the information of what we're receiving from everybody from BIA to, you know, IHS to, you know, TLE. So my theory is just that as long as it's been put out there, because I know your office probably should be doing that too. But again, you know, a lot of stuff that you're involved in is keeping you busy just as much. So I believe that's why, you know, this position we wanted created so that we can relay that information out there. Just like right now with the contracting out the casino, you know, for management type deal, that's, people are getting kind of upset about that. They're gonna be calling your office, be calling us, say, hey, what happened there? You know, so again, this position is really needed so that they can relay the information of why this is probably being done. And it's this governing body that's putting it out there of why we wanted this position out there and why they are receiving this information. So to me, I think it's really needed, and we need to make sure we get on it right away, because again, it's been far too long. Because again, if we don't say anything out there about the tribe or what we're doing, then people are going to say, oh, they're having secret meetings again, they're doing whatever they want to do. But to me, it's just like, as long as they're informative, as long as they're aware of what's going on. I do understand the legality of everything. I know you want to make sure it's, oh, do we say this, do we put that word, or do we put that word, but it's more or less just like right now. We just had a motion come out just about half hour ago, motion excerpt about the vehicles and stuff. I mean, that's simple information too. So, but anyway, that's what I'm kind of thinking, is that this position is really needed, so we need to really work on it to make sure that we get that process. But I know in the past, we've said it was brought up before too, there's a lot of other tribal web pages on social media. I don't know if that's true or not. You know, I mean, I don't know if we're supporting them or not. There's 2 of them that I am aware of, and people are saying, is this true? I don't know. I mean, call the chairman. I mean, he's the one that should know what's going on, and if he's authorizing that information to be put out there, then I guess that's true. I don't know that. So if there's a Rosebud Sioux Tribe web page out there that is putting out the information, and that I'm considering that as original stuff. But if it isn't, then we need to clarify that. I mean, that's where your stamp comes into play. That means, I was approved by the Rosebud Tribal Chairman saying I'm putting my stamp on this thing and it's okay to go. So, I'm just looking at that type of, legality. So like from here, when we leave from here, all the motions that were made, I mean, put out there about this is what's going on, because it's already been put out to us already anyways, But again, too, I know we do have to have clarification of, I guess, approving it down the road here, our minutes that we had before too. So, those all come into play. But I'm just making sure that we, make sure this position is in right away and we put it up right away for this year anyway. So just see how it goes. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. It's been a long time. Happy New Year to all. Hopefully everybody's in better health than my family has been. I want to commend Ray and whoever worked on this, because it's pretty good in my opinion. Every job I've ever got was on my own recognizance in my resume. And in here it says the PRO should have a Bachelor of Arts in Public Relations, Journalism, Communications, or a related field. Okay, when I received my Bachelor of Science, I was pretty proud of that. And when you go to school, you develop certain expertise. And when you finish with your diploma, not only is it something that nobody could take away from you, but you also have the morals that go along with it. So, I've been listening to you ladies and you make valid points, but that's all wrapped up into there. When you have a degree in public relations, there's certain ethics and protocols that you'll follow. And if you have an actual Bachelor of Arts in it, I'm sure you're well versed in it. If someone's listening to this, they probably don't want to apply for this, because look at how many people have war bonnets on today. And we need to remember that compassion comes along with this, because I was listening and reading to the press releases that were put out by our EPP administrator. And, I'm half white. That press release sounded like a white person wrote that about us, and it had absolutely no compassion in it. It was meant to scold us and to make us look badly in front of the whole state. So this is going to be a pretty important position, and I'm sure he knows all about that. So I don't know what more we could do to this other than pass it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. The business office, Rose was the one that drafted this, but if there's no other amendments or anything, I'd like to motion to approve the job description and advertise it for 2 weeks.
I just had something I wanted to add.
Go ahead, Lisa. Let's get a second first. Okay. Micah, go ahead, Lisa.
Under ordinance 8604, the bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, section 3, duties of the secretary. It states the secretary of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe shall A, keep a full report of all proceedings of regular and special meetings of the tribal council. Number 1, review and or issue official news releases on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux tribal government. So maybe we need to include that into this job description. It's under ordinance, I don't know.
There's more discussion on it. There's a motion to approve the job description and advertise for 2 weeks. And a second by Micah. Now we need a question. Darrell, go ahead.
I just questioned it.
All in favor then?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Amended?
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Now, when we go into advertisement, when we talk about the pay for this, I'm not sure what we need to put in advertisement, so we need to, is it negotiable or is there gonna be a set?
I was kind of hoping that we would discuss it on Friday, on budget finance when I get Friday.
Okay, so for now, if it goes out, say negotiable, okay. Emily, go ahead.
Question, I heard, as we were voting, that it was amended, or no? Can we re-vote then? Because I wasn't clear on that. I thought I was voting on your original. I don't think it's fair to amend it in the middle of a vote.
Okay, well, do you want to re-vote or?
under the.
In the job description?
Under, where it says tribal president, then maybe include that section under it, or that it goes under review of the tribal secretary, or any releases?
Yeah.
That number 1?
Could we do that separately? Like that review part, I mean, I think we're not at that point, are we? I think I agree that it needs to go underneath the tribal president's office, that makes the most sense, but if there's something that needs to, align with our ordinance, then I think that should go with all of the other, protocol type document.
So the secretary be a part of the process? Lisa, is that what you want the secretary to be part of the process?
Yeah.
When reviewing?
It should, I mean, legislatively, we should follow the ordinance, right? 604, include that in there.
I know, and this hasn't been done.
Well,
Let's do the one first, and then we can.
to include the secretary.
Amend your motion to include that?
To include the duties of the secretary. So secretary will review and or issue official news releases on behalf of the Sioux Tribal government.
Where's that amendment?
It would be under the supervision part of it. Ordinance 86 dash.
Can you say that again, whenever you're already under our changes?
So under supervision, this person will be under the direct supervision of the tribal president. However, under the duties of the secretary will also review and issue official news releases on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal government to our PR person.
So it's gonna go from that person to the secretary, then to staff?
And if that was already possible, why isn't it being done? Like, the whole reason why I brought this up is because this is not being done. And we're going all in these other places where we don't follow the ordinance. So if it was possible, then why isn't it being done? I think that can be clarified later. I think it just needs to get in.
Just advertise it without that amendment. Or are you just leaving the motion as it is? It's passed, so she just withdrew her vote, so. Okay. All right.
Leave it as is.
Okay. All right, it's passed then. Is there anything else?
As amended? No amended?
That came after.
Okay, is there anything else? Ray?
I just have another question on one of my community members, and I think you were included in the email, was the free, or the trailers that remember went to homeless people. It would have been the last administration, and they finally are getting distributed now. And one of them is my community members, and there's like water leaking, the floors are bubbling. I was just wondering.
There is a kind of a problem that we have, and I got an email from Emily Widow up at Housing. Those tiny home trailers that they gave out, it was last administration where the people that were put into them were selected by the tribal president then. To have one of those trailers, to be in there, they have to be in there 5 years before they can sell it or do anything, before it becomes theirs, basically. So meanwhile, we have that 5 years of time that in case something happens, are we responsible for going back and maintaining those trailers, or who's responsible for doing that? So SWA is basically saying that the tribe's responsible since they turned them over to us already. And we selected the people to go in them. So are we responsible for any repairs that happen to them within this 5 years? So,
Well, I guess that's where we were kind of confused on,
Yeah.
because we didn't know who was responsible, and that's why I wanted to bring it up, because I didn't know if it was SWA or the tribe. And there are some damages that were done to it, and she barely moved into it, not even, 30 days, so if we get clarification on that.
we don't have the funds to maintenance them unless you want to put them under the construction office. That's kind of the only place I can think of doing it, but Emily and then Kathy.
No, I'm just kidding.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this up. I was waiting for it to get to SWA, but I have a question on, because that was done in the previous administration, do we still have existing agreements with the people? Like, is there already something in place that says that? Because From the housing, SWA standpoint, they kind of washed their hands of it after the original, whatever they were supposed to do. But I still had questions as far as like the lease, is it under a lease? Is somebody paying the home site lease? Who's, I guess, responsible for them? Because we're getting complaints, at least in one community for right now, it's been a pretty ongoing complaint as far as vandalism to other buildings, other things within the community. They can't get anybody to hold them accountable because they don't really own the house. They're saying the house doesn't belong to them yet, but because it's not SWA or anybody else, then it is theirs. So I guess I'm just asking for a clarification from you, since that seemed like it was administratively done.
I guess I never had a chance to deal with it. I just got last week, that really had a chance to call it back on. I didn't realize when they turned that this over, when I came to the office, they turned that this over to me, and it basically said that they turned them over to the tribe. So I didn't realize there's conditions to get returned over, and I didn't realize until afterwards that they have to have 5 years before they actually can own them. So there's a period of 5 years that somebody's going to have to help them maintenance it, or are we responsible for it? Or should we have, when we turn them over to them, made them responsible for the repairs, I don't know what we should have done. I guess that should have been worked out before they even been turned over, so, and it wasn't, so. Kathy?
So you're saying that for 5 years, they have to wait. So those originally came from SWA to the tribe, so that it's the tribe that issued them out to whoever's got them, correct? Okay, so like when we got the FEMA trailers back in the day, if you remember, once the FEMA trailers were turned over to the tribal member, the tribe was no longer responsible for them because they were no longer our property. They belonged to that person that they were given to. So if these originated from SWA and were given to the tribe and we gave them out, it's kind of evident that for that first 5 years, we're responsible for them because that's what you're saying the stipulation was at that time, that they're not theirs for the first 5 years, so somebody has to be responsible and accountable for them for those first 5 years.
I didn't know that till probably about a month ago. I found that they can't own them for 5 years, so I just found that out.
So more than likely from your program, from you, your office can come up with the plan of what is it that this tribe is going to be responsible for, since the former president is the one that divvied them out.
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to ask about is, we're kind of like almost the cart's almost before the horse on this position, because, okay, we voted, we read it, we made little changes to it, we passed it, we're going to advertise it. But Mr. Treasurer, do you know where the funding would come from? If we're going to advertise it, we need to assure that we have money and not just advertise something without funding. So I would suggest you don't advertise it until you verify and clarify that you have that money. And is this a full, an FTE forever, or is this a momentary thing? Is it political? Is it a full-time position?
That's, you guys need to decide that. Yeah.
Because those are all factors, and if you're going to employ somebody, they need to know, is this my job forevermore? Or am I part-time? Am I contract? What am I? And to assure that that funding is always going to be there, and at the next funding cycle, you're not trying to find money for this position again.
Okay, Ben?
I got a quick thing, Mr. Chairman. I think, we came back, when I got elected in here back in August, this past August, again, like I said before too, with the trucks and everything, we really had to get up to par of what was happening prior to that. We saw it already. We saw a lot of things that were going within the community, maybe in the tribe. So when I and also the new chairperson came into play, it was really kind of difficult to start trying to figure out what was going on. So those trailer houses, that was another big issue that we had. So that's just my concern too, is we called around for a good month, I think, trying to find out who owned those and who was responsible for those. And, SWA, our SWA representative came to our community and they didn't even know. They said, we don't know. The tribe's the one that's supposed to take care of that. So who's supposed to do that? The chairman's supposed to do that. I said, okay. So our chairperson, our chairwoman actually called around to try to find out who was responsible for that. And again, too, there were some other issues with leasing on in the community, the land. So the reason why it came up is because that trailer house came in out of nowhere. It was just put there, and that quick, they put water and sewer to it right away. It was like, geez, we didn't get a chance to even figure out what was going on, but they already put it there. And then who goes into that trailer house? We weren't aware of that either, the community. So they said it was a previous chairperson. Now, I hate to say that he did mention it to one of our community members who was supposed to get into that house apparently. And we didn't know that. I mean, he's the one that told us that, so I don't know. So these are really issues that are coming up, and as it is right now, vandalism, as things are being called over there constantly, cops are being called over constantly. So, I mean, I already knew we were gonna have an issue. Now with our COVID trailer house, it's in the same boat too, because the COVID trailer house is only 10 to 15 feet away from that trailer house. So if we now have to decide how we're going to deal with that trailer house also, because it got turned over to the community, and our allocations are probably $1,200 a month from the casino, if even the casino brings our allocation in, and we don't have enough to sustain that trailer house. So now we're trying to look for sources to try to get more revenue to help do that. But, do we take it on or do we sell it? Now if we sell it, that is already a developed site because there's already sewer and water there. Same thing with that trailer house. So if it's five years that we have to wait before it becomes them, where's that going to go? So these are a lot of issues that we are dealing with right now as far as our community, and it's the beginning of the year. So I mean, I'm just kind of concerned in the summer months that comes up, how worse it's going to get. So I guess if the tribe and council is responsible for that, then yeah, we need to start making some kind of guidelines or something to that effect. I guess because right now nobody's going to take responsibility, but yet things are going to happen there. I mean, maybe if something really bad happens there, then who's going to be responsible? So that's where we at in the community of how to get caught up with what's going on, who's responsible for what, and who should be the final say-so for stuff. So, but yeah, we'll be in contact. My community chair will be in contact with you to find out what you're going to do, how we're going to do this and stuff. So, but that's what we're for the trailer house. But thank you.
What you said, kind of scary about selling it. That's, in my community, I have a family that the ARPA placed them in the COVID trailer, and they gutted out their house, and it's still gutted. And so those contractors even stole some of my late Uncle Lincoln Black Elk's ceremonial regalia. This is his god brother. And so, there's no price tag on our culture, on generations of regalia. So who's to blame? TechReal, ARPA, and then I hear this guy saying, oh yeah, well the community, we just decide if we're gonna sell it, do all that. And what about the people that are living there? They were already homeless, that's why they're there. These are serious difficulties that the people out there listen to. And that sounded very heartless. And I'll be damned if this family in Swift Bear gets kicked out and sold there, because they don't have nowhere to go because their house is still gutted out. How are they going to get back their dad's bustle? How are they going to get back that pesha that got stolen? My cousins chignakas from when they're little to get older. How are those going to come back? None. They're not coming back. They already went and got sold somewhere. So this issue with the trailers, that infuriates me to know that a community could come in and just sell it and put a family out, because that's going to put a grandmother, a handicapped woman, and school children on the streets. And this council will be the one to pay for that. So I hope that everything gets straightened out, because, at least give her house back if there's plans to just whip these out from wherever. It's a hard situation, and I'm sorry that Two Strike has a lot of dysfunction, because every 20 communities has it like that. Drugs and alcohol are really bad. I live in a town that sells it. Every Friday night we get a bar full of people. Saturday too, after 2 a.m. our community's haywire. So, we have it just as bad as every other community, but to take a family out and throw them away, well, you don't throw families out. So I got something to say on that. That's what I said.
Okay, let's get back on my report. The housing report is supposed to come under housing, so let's talk about it then. This issue of the tiny homes and who's gonna fix the stuff on them. I did get a call on one of them down in Soldier Creek. One of the ones, a Soldier Creek member got a tiny home down there. So somebody got mad and they went and broke all the windows out. So SWA went over there and boarded them up, but they sent me the bill for it. So they sent the president's office the bill. So I don't have the funds to be fixing up houses out of my office either. So I will get with Emily Widow and we'll figure out something and I'll bring it back to you guys to let you guys know what we're gonna do. Okay? All right. Chris?
Back in May of 2022, there was a motion made that was passed here in council to, I guess, do a follow-up with the Civil Rights Office. And nothing's happened since then, so I was just curious on how that follow-up is coming along.
That's the Attorney General. We don't have Attorney General. They signed the Attorney General to develop that office, so. Ray, do you have a?
I actually touched on that, because it was brought up at personnel before the elections, but the business office was also creating those job descriptions and budget. So when I talked to her, was it last week, she needed to tweak the budget, but it was ready to come to personnel committee and then budget and finance. Because that's gonna be like a whole new office that's gonna be created, but she is creating those.
So she's working on it?
She's working on it.
Thank you for telling us that.
Thank you.
Anything else? We'll go on to the Vice President's report. Vice President, are you ready?
You need a motion to accept your.
That's up to them if they want to approve my report or not. Motion by Ray to approve the President's report, second by Chris, question by Ben. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Yeah, go ahead, Emily.
Just before we move on, just for the notes on, what's the timeline that you'll be bringing that back? Will it be like in your next report?
Yeah, I'll do that now. I should go up to housing when you guys have a board meeting and talk about it together.
I was just going to
request cost or something.
Yeah, I was just going to request if you could, maybe do a little research or provide some kind of a historical summary, like how far into that 5 years are we, and then even some suggested recommendations on how to move forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
Michelle?
Before we move on, I just wanted to get back to Emily's comment she made about us discussing the emergency manager position. When are we going to do that?
Now or later, or I think we probably were talking about a personnel issue, so I think we should go off the air for it, but that's just my thoughts on it, so. You guys want to discuss it now? Okay. Well, that's what I'm thinking too. She's be back tomorrow. I can bring her in. That's what you guys want to do. Okay, all right, well, we'll bring it back up tomorrow. Vice President.
Good afternoon, Council. Good to see all of you. Haven't seen some of you since first of the year, so Happy New Year to all of you. The month of December was, well, I don't have to tell you guys this, it's always different. We spent a week up at L&I, so things change here, you know, the requests drop off, we don't get as many. Then we were down for a week for Christmas. So not a lot of things happened, not a lot of calls or requests. And then I was out of my office for 4 days with viral infection, so. And then we were off for New Year's, so not a lot of activity happened back there for the month of December. But that'll all pick up in the next 7 days, so we'll be getting a lot of calls back there, more than we can handle, for sure. But we've been getting a lot of requests to do tribal IDs. We finally had to limit those to just 20 a month because they were coming in 3, 4, 5, 10 a day. So we limited that so we don't take so much of our funds away from, say, the wood project or one of them projects and use it for IDs. We had 6 people that were assisted at Cherry Todd with real high light bills, so we put something in for those people. We don't pay them all, we can't do that, but we can definitely put something in there to assist them and hope that LEAP can pick up the rest of the bill for them. So we had 42 requests for just general assistance, and that covers a really wide range of stuff. For a lot of it is medical travel. People are needing either get to Rapid or get to Sioux Falls, and some trips to Pier as well. We had 42 of those. Some requests for plumbing, and I think I mentioned here before, we're able to do some of the light stuff, like, you know, fix a faucet, repair a busted line or something like that. But when it gets into some of that stuff where you have to get a backhoe and dig up the water line or the sewer line, then I'm out of the picture and I pass the buck to Young Cologne. And I really hate to do that. I know his department is really stressed up there for requests for water and sewer. And a lot of the time, he don't have a crew, or he's dealing with maybe just 1 or 2 guys, so it's really hard to put more on him. So we try to do the light stuff, but we just can't get into the real heavy stuff where we gotta go in with the backhoe and dig up lines and replace stuff like that. So, I did make the quorum for 3 committees, and I want to let all of you guys know I enjoy that. I hope you keep hollering at me to come in and be part of your committee. I like that. It not only does it make the quorum, but it keeps me kind of enlightened on what's going on in a committee. So I hope you call me in more often. I would like to do that. I like working with the committee, so. That's kind of it for this month. Like I say, next month will be a lot bigger, a lot longer list. So, does anyone have any thoughts or questions might want to ask? Or Michelle, you're looking at me. You have something? No?
Lisa? Motion to approve the Vice President's report, second by Chris, question by Emily. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
No, I was for.
You're for? Okay. 16, 0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. We are on the Secretary's report. Looks like she handed out some committee that need to be filled, positions that need to be filled. We got SWA Board of Directors, District 1, need 1 member from District 1 to serve on the SWA Board. We got 2 positions on Ethics Commission with 1 applicant that applied. We'll start at SWA Board. Is it? How many you need? 3?
Just re-advertise the ones that don't have enough applicants.
Yeah.
Okay.
Advertising.
So, says Ethics Commission needs to be re-advertised, Social Serv, no, that one's good. TUC, Transportation Committee needs to be re-advertised. Election Board. Go ahead, Emily.
Sorry, it's just on clarification on, can they be on tribal employee and sit on any of these?
That's.
I thought it was
That's the
no.
problem we're running into in filling these positions is.
So
that
right
we
now
have
it's
that-
still no?
We have that policy that in our personnel manual that says they can't.
So right now, that's what it
Unless you
is.
guys amend it and change it, they,
Last time when the committee selections came up or the month before, I think Lila had said that they were going to discuss that at personnel committee. And then there was that resolution in our folder that's still the addresses it, so I don't know if we want to address that today or the committee to go over.
I know Ray brought it up a few times, but he's probably tired of bringing it up.
Tired of bringing it up.
Can I just like motion to see Chris Ron continue
No, it's up to you guys. Motion by Dara to seat Christopher Ron on the, which one? TUC Commission. Second by Ray. Discussion? Go ahead, Kathy.
I think until we resolve this issue, because, yeah, that's been sitting there since we all came in. Personnel committee meets next Wednesday. We need to discuss it then, resolve that before we fill any of these.
Okay.
And the ones that are short, we need to re-advertise them. But first, that really needs to be clarified because a lot of employees do ask, can I or can I not? And that needs to be clarified. So I say to table this until then.
Okay, motion to table, second by Lisa.
Without the, tribal employee involvement with the committees, we're having a hard time finding our large numbers too, so. That could be addressed after. I know Lila did mention bringing that up at personnel committee meeting, and maybe we can address that issue again.
I brought Chris because he's not a tribal employee, he's an actual lineman, well aware of utility needs, that's why I brought it up.
Yeah, there's a motion to table, there's a second, so there's no discussion. Let's vote on it. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried. Okay, next.
Just have the minutes for October, November, and December.
The minutes, meeting minutes for October, November, December were passed out.
Chair, I have a question.
Go ahead.
I don't even know if I can ask it because we tabled it, but can we still advertise for the ones that aren't full in the meantime?
Yeah.
So that'll still be done? Okay, thank you. What are we going over? The meeting minutes?
Yeah, I'll let you review the minutes for October 11th, 2023. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the meeting minutes of October 11th, 2023. Motion by Lisa, need a second? Bill, question by Damian. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Meeting minutes of October 12th, 2023. Looks like there's only one page. Must have been a short meeting. Oh, quorum was lost, it says on the bottom. We're on October 12th?
Oh, I missed it. I don't have that one. Oh, it's in the same one? Sorry.
Motion to approve by Ray, second by Micah, question by Evestein. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. October 16th, 2023. I'll just say cowboy then. Bill questioned it. Oh, okay. Okay.
He pointed with his
Motion to approve October 16th, 2023. Need a second? Charles. Question by Ray. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. October 25th. Motion to approve October 25th, second by Ray, question by Michelle. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Going to November 8th, 2023. Motion by Ray to approve November 8th, second by Micah, question by Lisa. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. We are on 22nd? 9th, okay.
motion to approve November
Motion by Lisa to approve, second by Ray.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So like just in general, this came up at our committees too, as we're reviewing the minutes. What do we do in the instance where there was a motion made and it hadn't been completed by the time we're approving the mission, or the minutes? Do we need to address that at all, or is that just?
Yeah, you just kind of mention it, follow up or whatever. A lot of times it's something that didn't get done or kind of slid through the cracks. You just remind them that it's still there, that there was a motion to do something and it was never followed up on or something like that.
Okay, I saw a couple, but I'll follow back
Okay,
up. Thank
okay.
you.
Need a question? Do you have a question, Chris?
Well, I just found just a little error in the motion.
Typo?
Yeah, typo. It's supposed to be 7 days instead of just days after.
7 days, 6 days?
6 days, I think.
Okay. So as amended?
Yeah, it's on the 9th. Last page.
So,
Which one was it?
Yeah, the one for the law enforcement. And I also got another one too on top of it. It says question by Charles Eaglebear. Who's Charles Eaglebear?
I thought that's what your name was. Oh.
Only on weekends.
Charles.
Okay, I'll change that motion to as amended.
Okay, all right. Wasn't you though, right, Chris? So must have been Charles.
Is it?
As amended, I need a question. Fremont, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Yeah.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
That was it.
13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
3.
Motion carried. November 22nd, meeting minutes, November 22nd. I think it was 6 days, instead of the 6 days.
Nah, it's just funny to me. Charles Eaglebear.
That's a
good little.
That's right. Go ahead, Charles.
Where are we at on the honoring the football team and golf team?
You know, we were so busy, I just didn't get a time to do that. I gotta talk to the coach and see when they can come in and, you know, I don't know if you guys wanna do the same thing you guys did from last year or not, or if you just wanna have honoring and recognizing them as certificates, you know, that, just with certificates.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, we can do that.
I think we should keep them separate, basketball and football. Like, I understand it's for the youth, but
Yeah.
the basketball team is different from the football team. And I think you could just, I don't know, if you have time to add it to the 24th, that'd be, we could all do it just in one.
Was it,
I'll have to do that because I have to give me time to get hold of the coaches and stuff, see what a good time for them
Okay.
is, so,
Wasn't there 2 academic
yeah.
that were supposed to be on here?
Well, there was 2 academic ones, the ones that were part of the governors was that award they got for recognition of their grade point averages or above average, national average or something like that.
Was it for last year's?
Yeah.
Last school year? Also, too, there's a Youngstown County student, Sherelle Drag. She had wrote a letter to Christy Nome about the money that she allocated for the prison system and how, from a young person's point of view, and she made it up there.
Really?
So it'd be cool to honor her.
Sure.
She's got a broader thinking for a 15-year-old.
Okay.
Cool on Christy Nome.
Damon, you have a question?
Yeah, I was wondering if we could add summer league baseball team or the, what do you call the coaches and the staff, the jobs they do during the summer months.
Now, who runs the league? Is it the tribe or was it like run through the Boys and Girls Club, or
Night Pipe did,
Chris Nightpipe?
Teen League, and then Patrick Bortle.
Patrick
does
Bortle.
Little League.
Okay. Motion to approve the meeting minutes of November 22nd, 2023. Chris? Second by Ray, question by Charles. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Go to December 4th.
Chairman, how's that COVID admin
It's, they're marking it, they're submitting them, I'm approving them as long as they have, yeah, as long as they have documents. It's slowed down a little bit. There's not as much as there was, when we asked for that COVID leave to be reinstated, so. Yeah, sleep in place for a while.
I'll move to approve this.
Motion by Lisa, second by Ray, question by Fremont. Oh, you got a question? Go ahead, Fremont.
I'm pretty sure I was here that day that we honored St. Francis, and they got me down with absent.
All right, well, we better put you on there.
My deal too is I don't think I was here on that one either, but I was absent, but I'm excused.
As amended?
Oh, yeah, Ben wasn't here.
Yeah, I wasn't here, but I
Okay,
just want to
we
make
need
sure I
a
put it on there.
question.
Absent.
Who in the minutes of December 4th?
No.
Yeah, I see this, so there's nothing on the 2 weeks and adjustments to the You didn't call him. And that's it, I did tell you, I should let you know.
There's a motion on the floor. Are we done discussing? If we are, then we need a question. Micah, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Yeah, you can pass them out. Or did you- Go ahead, Ray.
Yeah, well, they're passing them out. There was a motion made back on October 25th for our trainers.
Yes.
And I believe there's like a verbal agreement that was for more than what we approved as.
I recommended to council that day that they receive 1,000 more than what they got, so when the motion was made, that I think what Chris made the motion to approve it, and I think another one threw in $1,000, so it got approved that way. I don't know if it was accepted by Chris that day to accept that change to his motion.
So do I have
or
to make a motion to amend it, or can I make a new motion?
you just make a motion to give them another,
Okay,
whatever
that'd be
they're
my
asking.
motion to, our trainers that did the council training that day, to get an additional 1,000, because verbally, that's kind of what was agreed upon, so, and they did a good job, so, that'll be my motion.
Motion by Ray, second by Kathy, question by Chris. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15.
Opposed?
1.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Keith, who's opposed? Oh, okay.
What's that? Oh, yeah, Okay, on the back of the agenda, they have some resolutions for approval. One that's coming under the Secretary's report is the ones that need to be ratified. There's 2024-12 and 2024-13 that need to be ratified. 2024 has to do with 12 is purchase and install 7 doors with access control from Midwest Alarm Fire and Security Systems. Go ahead, Emily.
General about the petition resolutions. I was wondering if you could, I don't know how it would work, if you would have a conversation or just recommend that any director that knows that they're gonna not be there for a committee, that they have somebody designated within their staff to go, because a few of the most recent ones that we've had, when I've questioned why they haven't gone to committee, it was because they had, were not there for some other reason, but we've had those committees, and so I would just really like to see a little bit more initiative on our department staff to make sure that if they're not gonna be there, that there is representation, especially when there's something like an action item or a resolution that needs approval.
Okay. We'll
Thank
do
you.
that. Go ahead, Ray.
So like on 2024-12, it talks about the budget finance. Coming through committee, so.
We'll just have to strike that out.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, so we'll go ahead and move to ratify 2020-12, amending it to strike out the last whereas.
Okay. Need a second? Ray? Question? Bill? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
And I'll move to ratify 2024-13.
Need a second? Bill? Question by Ray. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Okay, let's, is there any other questions for the secretary? Emily?
Thank you. I'm just following up on an email thread that came with the expense report from the secretary office. And I was wondering if a narrative or justification was ever provided along that. I know there was a request for that, but I didn't see it in the response. And will that come with like a narrative explaining those ones?
I don't know what more you guys want, everything's in there, but.
I think it was just like, I had some questions and I know some of them were in the email as well. And so rather than having to ask all the questions, it would be great to have, just a brief narrative on explaining those purchases. And then if possible, I think the receipts would be nice just because they've been asked for them already. And I'll make a motion for that so that it could come at the next meeting.
Okay, there's a motion to, give to her the expenditures report, so, okay. Need a and receipts?
Yes.
Second by Chris, go ahead.
I was just, since we're like bringing this up, can we like do this to all the things, the events that get brought up?
Yeah.
Like, can we do one for when the kids came home from Carlisle, for the spirit camp, We have a lot of big events, and do we get accounting for those too? It'd be nice. I think it would be awesome, because those are questions I've always had for the past 15 years, or since NODAPL started, actually, maybe even before that, So I think, if we're gonna.
We're in a
Cat
discussion,
Williams
we're in a
situation,
discussion right now, so she has the floor.
We're gonna Lou Williams you guys do it good,
I was just gonna say that I already made a motion pertaining to that.
To the spirit camps and stuff?
To include everything.
Oh, heck yeah, that's great, because, there's, as a family member who, ran into discrepancies involved with those, we would like some accounting for it, because that was my grandmother that we almost didn't get back, she was gonna go to a military cemetery. Zip. I don't want her there. So I'd like some full accounting for that. If we're gonna, if we're gonna go all at it with the secretary, let's go at it with all these big events that have been put on. Because the Oyate needs to know, the power's in the people, so let's put it right back there.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor, there's a second, any more discussion? If not, we need a question. Kathy? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10, 11, 12, 13,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
3.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
Chris?
Yeah, I can make some comments too, back on the, Ms. I, said, regarding everything from way back in the past versus what just happened back in August. Going forward, these were done, like, the whole reason why this was brought up multiple times, time after time after time, is because a single individual has done it versus a program unity thing, you know? Whenever this Youth Appreciation Day was done, I didn't see no outreach from all the programs coming together to do something, versus the Spirit Camp or the Carlisle event that happened when every program came together to do something for the entire Oyate. I see very big differences in that, you know? And so that's why, personally, how I see it, why we wanted these youth days or even the Veterans Meal Dinner to be given a good report on. Because look at the timing of it, you know? Like, I know she's done them for the past 2 years, and first off, I want to say thank you for finally giving us those. But then again, like Emily made that motion on it, it brings up a lot more questions and concerns than anticipated. But, you know, thank you for bringing what you did forward. Going forward, though, that's why I made that motion to stop us people in this room, council and administration, from hosting those events. Because if you look at the timing, it just looks wrong. It says $60,000 allocated, but only $55,000 was spent. So then that's why I want to go forward with this $4,000 that one of our colleagues had spent for a Veterans Meal Dinner. They were saying that she's done it in the past before too. Well, I wasn't here then, but I'm here now, and the only reason why I brought that up is because in the minutes, it was reported that there was a budget and finance.
We're talking about things, and we better have her here when we're gonna talk about it. We're implying that we're doing something wrong, so I'd rather move on. Let's move on.
Yeah, I was just making a point to the minutes that were made. That's why I brought those up too, because it was stated in the minutes.
Okay, is there anything else from the secretary? Kathy?
Yeah, I didn't bring it up with the minutes were being approved, but I approved, but something caught my eye in several of them. When you're reading through some of the motions, there's a motion by somebody made to approve. There's somebody that seconded it. Within that same paragraph, somebody else made a motion to table, seconded it, and then voted on it. Those should have been two separate. They're both within that same body. If you make a motion and you second it, then if there was no question and it died, it should note that before you go to that next motion of tabling. So how long has it been getting done this way? In my past 6 years sitting here, I've never seen anything like that. And as I was reading through these, I mean, I didn't vote on a couple of them because I caught this. Approval and table within a same sentence, within a same paragraph. Those are separate.
Yeah.
You know, if it died, then somebody tabled it. That should have been a separate motion to table. But there's several throughout these where an approval, a second, and then a table is all within the same topic. So I think that needs to be corrected and not done anymore. Before I sat down, the other thing I wanted to bring up that I've been wanting to mention here, whether it's a part of the secretary's or it should have been yours or what, I'm unclear. But in the past, when we were on travel and we went somewhere, and this is within our constitution and bylaws, our council bylaws, that when you're on travel and you return here to this body, if we authorize you to go, then when you get back, you owe us a report. So we know what you did, what you discussed, because when any of you or us travel, we approve that travel. We can't just go somewhere without this body approving it. But upon your return, it states in the Constitution and ordinances that upon your return to this body, that next meeting, a report is supposed to be given. I haven't heard any, and I know there's been some travel, and I haven't seen anybody give us a report upon their return. That's another part of accountability. When you're traveling and representing this tribe, then when you return, you should be presenting a report to everybody. What did you meet on? What was the outcome? How was it productive for this tribe, and how did it benefit the people? You can't just be traveling and come back and not everybody knows what you went there for or what you accomplished when you went there. So I would like to see in the future, anybody going on travel, that when you return to this circle, you bring back a report, because you're violating the Constitution when you're not. So I just wanted to make everyone aware of that. It's never been brought up, but in the past, we always did a report upon our return. When Ray worked for Legislative Affairs, he gave reports when he got back. We gave reports, Lisa gave reports, but that's not happening anymore, and it needs to we need to be accountable, and we gotta police ourselves if we have to. So let's start getting reports to each other. Thank you.
Okay. Lisa?
I do have reports for travel, but where is it on our agenda? Do you want to start putting them underneath your report, or? Usually when we come into session and we start discussion and leading on to other issues, and there's just not time for it. I don't know if you want to put it.
Yeah. We'll have to put it somewhere on the agenda, and that goes along with what we have on there now. I don't know if we do council reports on there, add something like that on there or not, council reports, or?
Used to be more on here. It was a
Yeah.
long list,
Yeah.
and it's really been condensed, so that was probably removed along the way as well.
That was my question too, is whether we can give reports, but I gave them to my community. So they're reflected in the minutes, but I just didn't know where it would come. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have my Bible with me, or I tell you.
Okay, is that it, Secretary?
Yeah.
Anything else for the Secretary? If not, we need a motion to approve her report. Ray, second by Emily, question by Lisa. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Okay, we have the treasurer's report.
Good afternoon, Council. I have a few things I want to try to get done today. First of all, there's a couple resolutions and contracts being passed out to you. Those deal with our two consultants that we used back in finance, our audit work, John Lalonde and Janet Larson. Their contracts expired January 31st. We'd like to renew them for another year, so that's what this is for. And they do save the tribe a lot of money by doing all the pre-audit work before the auditors get here. Janet has been here for, I don't know, 15 years probably. John has been here for the last 5 or 6 years. And I believe this will probably be Janet's last year because she's talking about retiring.
Go ahead, Lisa. Okay, motion for emergency legislation.
We'll do Janet's. Janet.
2024-18. Need a second. Bill, question by Chris. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved 2024-18.
Need a second. Kathy. Go
I'll
ahead.
start at the fourth whereas. Whereas the RC Treasurer has recommended retaining the services of Janet S. Larson, CPA, to provide accounting and consultant services, assistance, reconciliation of program accounts, preparation of audit work documents, general assistance with the annual audit, and additional accounting issues identified by RST personnel. And whereas the consultant rate shall be $155 per hour for a term of February 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2024, for a total amount not to exceed $100,000. Whereas the personal services contract can be terminated by either party by 30 days with written notice by either party, consultant shall be paid for all work performed up to the time of the notice of termination is given.
Whereas RST Ordinance 94-125 establishes a procurement policy and procedures for use by department entities of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And whereas the procurement policy and procedure requires purchases of goods and services over $10,000 and over to be approved by Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council. Now therefore it be resolved that the Tribal Council hereby approves the personal services contract on a sole source basis to provide accounting and consultant services for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And be it also resolved that the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his authorized delegate is authorized and directed to execute the personal services contract on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Discussion. Any question? Mr. Fremont, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried.
Motion for emergency legislation.
2024-19, need a second. Kathy, question by Chris. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion to approve 2024-19.
Need a second. Chris, go ahead.
I'll start at the fourth whereas. Whereas the RST Treasurer has recommended retaining the services of Jonna F. Wan Consultant to provide accounting and consulting services and additional accounting issues identified by the RST personnel. And whereas the consultant rate shall be $95 per hour for a term of February 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2024 for a total amount not to exceed $80,000. And whereas the personal services contract can be terminated by either party by 30 days within days written notice by either party, consultant shall be paid for all work performed up to the time of the notice of termination is given. Whereas RST Ordinance number 94-125 establishes a procurement policy and procedures for use by department and entities of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And whereas the procurement policy and procedures requires purchases of goods and services over $10,000 and over to be approved by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council. Now therefore it be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby approves the personal services contract on a sole source basis to provide accounting and consultant services to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And be it also resolved that the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and or his authorized delegate is authorized and directed to execute the personal services contract on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
If you look at the contract, Lisa, it says John Awan on it, but it talks about Janet Larson on the contract. So we probably need to amend that.
Okay, as amended?
Yeah. Okay, is there any other discussion? Go ahead.
Wait, do you think that the contract should follow our fiscal year, or?
Yeah, they could, the reason why they end up on there is because of the audit.
Okay.
But, our overall goal here is to, after this, to have everything done in-house. LJ is working towards his CPA, so he's gonna have to be certified for the town here shortly. And so he will be able to start providing the services. And then hopefully we can bring John on permanently as opposed to a consultant. That's our plan, so that everything will be done back there, we don't have to contract anyone. But the reason I like this is because it's for the audit.
Okay. And then when was the last time either one of these was like RFP or how did the contracts? Because I know we've just annually approved.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we RFP for Janet when she was first hired, and we never did after that.
Okay.
And that's been like 12, 15 years ago.
Okay. And then what about Jonna?
I'm not sure, I wasn't here when you hired Jonna, so I'm not sure how that took place.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else?
Council, what's the passed out in front of you here is two pieces of legislation. The first one there deals with our credit card policy,
We still have the
Chairman.
motion.
Yeah, we didn't even vote on that, sorry, guys. Mike messed me up. Need a question. We didn't approve it, we were in discussion and, she had a question, so we didn't. Been question it? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Need a
6,
break.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
14.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried.
Thank you again.
Time for a Red Bull.
We passed out in front of you our 2 pieces of legislation. I think that you all should have gotten copies of this in your email a while back. So, but the first one has to deal with credit card policy. And that's a proposed policy, and what Keith's going to pass out to you now is the amendment to our personnel manual that will allow for this. Here's under Keith. The only thing that we have to amend in our personnel manual is one section, and that section that says credit cards, and it says that the tribe will not allow credit cards. So by resolution, he's passing out right here, we're going to amend that manual, and we're going to cross out where it says credit cards aren't allowed, and we're going to add this to credit card policy. So a credit card policy was developed by our staff back there, primarily LJ and Darrell. We worked in conjunction with Wells Fargo Management, and these are the policies that they came up with.
Kathy, go ahead.
So Wayne, is this just for back there to use the credit card?
No.
This is for what then?
Tribal program.
We have several credit cards now, I'm catching on in, but we have several. And our goal is to, once you guys pass this, then we'll start working with those programs that need to utilize these credit cards. And then we'll give them so much access every month or on an as-needed basis. So for example, we use it for our travel, for airline tickets, or for vendors, because a lot of our directors have to use personal credit cards to pay for their software and stuff. That's what these cards are used for. They will be assigned to a program, and there's a policy there, how it's assigned, how it's keeping track of it, and all that stuff.
Can you save me some reading and tell me what happens in the event of waste fraud and abuse?
There's a whole section that deals with that under that.
I mean, like in the past, the reason I bring it up is like in the past, we've had this happen within some programs, we've had it happen within some communities where there was some criminal activity done with some. At that point in time, we as a body couldn't do anything about it because we don't have that white collar crime person staff here. So in that event, that's why I'm asking you.
These policies don't change any of that prosecution type stuff.
Okay.
All it does is it establishes procedures whereby who gets a credit card, what it's used for, how it's going to be used, how it's going to be accounted for, the fraud of use, and then how it's going to be paid. Those regulations are in there. What you're talking about is something that's been going on years between the tribe, our own court system, and the federal court system. Numerous times there have been individuals, whether they be community officers or tribal members, whatever, that have committed fraud. The goods were there, and our court didn't have the time to prosecute them, so most of them never got prosecuted. A few have, most haven't. And the feds don't prosecute because they don't have anybody that deals with tribal politics, white-collar crime. So there have been some big cases that have been prosecuted because of that. But this doesn't deal with that. Just this deals with us being able to issue credit cards. That's a whole different subject.
Yes, but it could be a repercussion of this.
Yes.
Okay, we have Vice President Dara, Lisa, and then Emily.
Wayne, what does the policy say now? No credit cards?
No credit cards.
How long has that been? How many years? A long time?
Since day one, since that manual was first adopted in back in 2002, 2003.
Okay, Darrell?
Yeah, I used to work for the federal government and, I drove GSA for 29 years. And, these credit cards, they sure come in handy, but, with it, comes that certain integrity that's involved, And I know that, if there's not anything that we can do, legislatively or even, through our own tribal jurisdiction to hold them accountable, then it's gonna be kind of hard, because with the government, you get a federal indictment put on you pretty quick, and, I actually know like, a few, when they gave us our training, they told us that a lot of, BIA cops have these, and they're the ones that misuse it the most. So, in these, I love the fact that we're making strides, but, what are we gonna do for, as far as to hold them accountable, like Kathy said, because, that's pretty major. I know people that forge checks, add another number on, So
Every day of the week, we deal with that.
Cool.
Every day. But the point that Kathy's trying to make is, we don't have very much luck in getting people to prosecute. We catch it, we stop it, we can recoup what was lost, but as far as the prosecution side, we get very little support in having that done. These credit cards here, they're not going to be like a credit card. I mean, there's more protections to it. I mean, the people back there, the person that we're going to put in charge of this, we haven't selected them yet, will be able to set limits, will be able to set what you can and can't buy off these cards. I mean, they have a lot of different limitations to it, depending on what your needs are. They're not just a carte blanche. But this is one way that will help us eliminate the problems that directors have with paying these, for example, your software dues or whatever. It's going to eliminate a lot of petty cash stuff. It's going to eliminate a lot of these prepays. A lot of times, like Walmart stuff, they don't cash checks sometimes, so these credit cards will eliminate have to do prepays to people. It just makes things a lot easier. This is our first brush at it. These are our first rules. I can guarantee you we're going to have problems, but we'll bring it back here and we'll amend our rules and make it work. And then LJ and Lori and them negotiated with Wells Fargo. That's where these cards are coming from. So we have I would call it a sharing plan where we get money, we get rebates back every year for the amount of cards that we use. But that's all part of this.
Lisa, did you need the floor?
I know we had, through Health Board, the CHR program had asked for prepaid cards. The Health Board did recommend that to council for approval, and it was tabled because there's not a policy for it.
Right.
But I know Dina did write her own policy for the prepaid portion of it, so I don't know if that wants to be included in this, or
You can include that.
amend it to include the prepaid.
Amend that to include the proposed prepaid.
Okay.
Credit cards. And I think you all have copies of that already.
Yeah, we got copies of that on the back of that resolution that was tabled.
So you want to bring it on an emergency?
Sure. Did Emily have a question? Wait, I think Emily had a question after. And then I'll bring it on.
My question was just about who will be setting the limits? Is it going to be based on the department's budgets? I really think this is a good idea. I actually think it helps streamline a lot of processes, and it also adds checks and balances and reports and things that are, harder to change. But I just had questions about, if it's going to be treated more as a credit, like with a credit line, or if it's going to be treated more like a prepaid where you have to have the budget or the money in your budget loaded onto a card, or how that will kind of get worked out, because each department's a little bit different, I think.
It's a credit card, but it's more online. Right now, these programs have to give purchase orders before they're authorized to purchase, and they'll set limits on these credit cards. For that limit, instead of purchase order that we set on a credit card, they can do that back there. And they can also set limits on what you can buy. Some cards, you can go buy clothes, food, gas, whatever. Some cards are gonna be gas only, or whatever, all that can be done back there.
And is it issued in the name of the tribe, or is it issued in the name of the individual?
It's in the name of the tribe.
In the name of the tribe?
And then,
You can't get any cash off it.
and then real quick, I have one more question in regards to what Lisa brought up. I just wanted to make sure that their policy was in alignment with whatever proposal is here, because it sounds like they might already be utilizing that because they were under, you know, they needed it for CHR. So I just wanted
They're
to.
not using it yet.
They're
It
not?
wasn't passed here, it was tabled.
Okay, well, whenever I asked, somebody said, I think they're already using it, so I just wanted to make
What-
sure.
What Lisa suggested, we can do that is the debit card policy that was proposed, we'll just make that as according to this and pass on board.
Thank you.
Okay, Lisa, go ahead.
Motion for emergency.
Motion for emergency escalation, numbers 20. Second by Ray, question by Dara. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Motion to approve 2024-20.
Need a second? Ray, go ahead.
We'll strike out the fifth whereas. Oh, wait. Does that mean we strict analysis? That didn't go to budget finance.
Yeah. Take it out.
We can strike out the fifth whereas. I'll start at the sixth whereas the purpose of the Wells Fargo commercial card / prepaid card program, we'll amend it to include that, is to streamline and simplify the requisitioning, purchasing, and payment process for day-to-day transactions, and to shorten the approval process and reduce the paperwork of procurement procedures such as purchase orders, paying cash, check, and expense reimbursements. And whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe Law and Order Code Title 4, Chapter 3 states no amendments shall be made to this law and order code of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe by resolution. The only amendments which shall be effective and recognized by the Tribal Council or the courts of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to the tribal law and order code shall be those amendments which are made by ordinance pursuant to this chapter. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council pursuant to the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Constitution Authority hereby adopts ordinance 2003-05. Will this be Title 4, Chapter 3? Is that what it is?
That's what it looks like, yeah.
Finance Policy and Procedures Manual under ordinance number 2003-05 adopted on July 9th, 2023. Be amended and rescinded and deleted the policy on credit cards and to amend or add the policy on credit cards. As set out in exhibit number 1 attached pages 80 through 89. And then we'll amend it to change those pages to include the prepaid policy.
So we're scratching with the part that says no credit cards and we're adding the policy.
Okay. Kathy, go ahead.
I don't agree with her. I mean, yeah, it's good for streamlining and improving services. At the same time, I'm still uneasy with it. So I would, to be on the gaming, you have to have a background check done. And to make sure that you don't have any type of charges for,
That's
you know what I'm trying to say
yeah,
without saying it?
Yeah.
And so I think that if we're gonna do this and we're gonna allow people to have it, we need to make sure that they're credible, that that integrity is there. Because, if somebody's really struggling and has a tempting moment, thinking, well, I can pay this back before. The only reason I bring this up is like Tara said, she worked for the government, both good and IHS. When I worked for IHS, I was sent to Crow Agency because Crow Agency, IHS, their programs all had credit cards. They ended up in a lot of hot water because people were misusing them. That's why I'm asking these questions, because I witnessed it, I've seen it happen in the government program, in the Indian Health Service. federal employees were misusing, like I said, oh, well, I was gonna pay that back. It can easily be done. So if we're gonna do this, before that card goes in anyone's hand, we should assure that it's safe in that hand. I'm not trying to stereotype, put anyone down. It's safety. You know, you're putting something there that is good, but can be bad at the same time. So if we're gonna do this, then we have to have an assurance behind the person that's going to be handling that credit card. That's just my opinion, and I wanted to share it with you. Thank you.
I really appreciate that, Kathy, and I agree that we've all talked about that a lot. The big thing here is implementation. I mean, I can just about guarantee you there's going to be some abuse. We're going to find abuse. Our job is to limit that, to find it as soon as possible and recoup it as fast as possible. So every month, these things are going to be reconciled. So there's not going to be any huge balances out there. So if someone does abuse it, it's not going to be a big amount. And we'll catch it right away. So it's not a carte blanche, but just a way to make things easier for finance people, public, and for the vendors. I guarantee you there will be abuse, but I guarantee we'll catch it.
Any more discussion? Any questions? Here are. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried.
Thank you, Council.
Emily?
What?
Oh, sorry, I just had a quick question. I'm not familiar with the whole policy, but because we haven't had credit cards in the past, we weren't really allowed some programs anyway to order a lot of things online without going through the process of that. So does there need to be any edits or changes made to that online purchasing part of the policy?
I don't think so, but that stuff you're talking about, we worked out between the program, the monitor, and the credit card person. Those will all be worked out.
Because I think that'll help us get cheaper prices. I just wanted to make sure it's allowed. Thank you.
And then the other things that's in that package you have there, it's on the package after that first yellow sheet, has to do with the procurement policy. Our procurement policy was passed by resolution back in 2009. And that resolution spells out what our policy is. So what I'd like to do today is I would like to amend that resolution and replace that procurement policy with the attached new policy. And what that new policy does basically is it increases the old amounts that we have, like where everything that's $10,000 or more has to require council resolution, has to have 3 bids before we advertise, blah, blah, blah. It's raising that bar from 10,000 to 25,000. And then it raises some of your petty cash stuff from like 100 to like 800, and then from 1,000 to 5,000 different rules. But it spells out the different policies in there more detailed than the original resolution did.
I just have a quick question on, if this is increased, does that cover things like contract amounts also, or is it just specifically for purchasing?
Everything.
And is that spelled out in there?
Procurement for everything, whether it's business services, whether it's contracts, whatever. The threshold, I'm asking the threshold be increased from 10,000 to 25,000. And in there it talks about that the requirements for things under 5,000, for things under 25,000, for things over 25,000.
Wayne, on this resolution, do you have the amendments, are they in there, or are they?
What I'm proposing.
It would just be under that letter E, right?
Right.
Purchasing.
Okay.
That resolution that was passed in 2009, where the final whereas, the procurement policy.
2009 or 2017? This one up right now.
It was amended on 2017.
It was amended in 2017, but it was clearly passed in 2009. Yeah.
Lisa, go ahead.
It's on, if you guys, it's on the back of this drafted one, behind the pink page. Is the resolution he's referring to.
Okay, so it's already on change.
Yeah. So I'll move to reconsider and amend resolution number 94-125. And that's amending the, last whereas there on the letter E, purchases of $10,000 and over, to amend that amount from 10,000 to 20,000.
Okay, there's motion on the floor, second by Ray.
25,000.
25,000.
Second by Ray.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Emily.
Sorry, I'm just trying to understand everything. So when we're talking about purchase orders and things like that in this language, will that also include then the new credit card policy, or are those completely separate? If you get a credit card, you're no longer required to do a purchase order, so where's the authorization?
No. Credit card policy just allows us to utilize credit cards for purchases. This policy here covers all purchases, including credit cards.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more discussion?
I just,
Michael, go ahead.
it wouldn't just be E, right?
No.
Because the amounts for the
Yeah,
proposed one.
In that resolution, the original resolution, the last whereas lists what the current policy is, our current policy. It's only like a half page.
So it would be the policy change.
So we want to amend this resolution to replace that last whereas with the attached our new policy, which is several pages.
Yeah.
So you're taking these and putting it in
Yeah.
replacement.
Because that resolution created our current policy, and over the years, all we've been doing is just adding to it back there. I mean, there hasn't been any formal process of amending it there, but just changing policy as we've been going along. This year would replace that with the more detailed policies, which explains in more detail how it should work, and increases those thresholds from 10,000 to 25,000. So that means that there would be a lot less contracts having to come to council, a lot less contracts that we have to formally advertise.
And material purchases with the inflation
Right.
and the increase in material, they want to come to budget and finance and from the council.
Okay.
So would your new approval rate be 24,999?
Anything 25,000 and above, you have to formally advertise, whatever. Anything under
Still request the
25,000.
bids and all of that.
Okay, is everybody clear? Any more discussion? Any question? Dara, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Thank you, council. And then again, you know, always keep in mind that all these policies, all those laws that we make, they're meant to be modified. They're not meant to be there forever. They're all working documents.
You want to tell them about TLW and the CEO and president, where we're at with the broadband?
Yeah, I was gonna give a little report on broadband. What Scott's talking about here is in our broadband contract. TLW is the company that we hired to do the actual construction for these towers and this broadband in place. One of the major owners was a guy named Skip Shum. He passed away on New Year's Day.
Was that older guy that was in council? Wow.
He passed away, so there's a new gentleman, his name is David Murray, not our David Murray, but a different David Murray, that's taken his place. So, and he wants to come out here towards the end of January. But the project is on the final phase of its environmental assessment. All the rights of ways are done, the archaeological survey is done, and KLJ is doing the final touches to the environmental assessment. That's gonna go to folks in Phoenix. They will review it, and then they will publish it in the Federal Register for 30 days, then we can actually start construction. So we're hoping to start construction maybe by the time the snow melts. That's what we're shooting for. On the other side of the coin, this broadband money that we received through monies that Congress and the administration set aside specifically for tribal governments. So that's why we got such a large amount, because we can do our own. But there are many other grants that are available out there. There's rounds 2 and rounds 3 or whatever for this money. There's a BEADS program for this. USDA has several programs, BIA has several programs. But there's a lot of controversy right now on whether or not tribal governments like us are going to be allowed or be eligible to apply for those grants. One of the big problems we're having is years ago, and we're trying to find out exactly how, who did it, but our reservations were auctioned, the land areas were auctioned off, and there were rights to have internet services were sold. In Todd County, for example, the lower, like 10% of our Todd County goes to a company from Nebraska. The bigger part of the northern part and western part goes to Golden West, and the southeastern part goes to Bloom. Now, that's how these companies have been operating for years, and that's, they call it franchises. But how it impacts us now is because Congress made available all these grants, they're calling these franchise areas mandatory build-out areas. And those companies that have those franchises are the only ones that are going to be eligible to receive that funding. So we're in the process of, we're talking to some law firms, we're talking to feds and the state, and we're trying to resolve that issue. But it's a big issue. So I'm just bringing that up because even though we got the money for construction, we have our own system, the fight's still not over. These are the companies that still have a large program on what we can and can't do. I'm not sure if I have anything else, Scott.
No, that's correct. Now what we gotta do is we find out how these companies are able to have them sign off on the rights to build out on the southern part of Todd County and other places like Golden West, Loomis, and that company out in Nebraska. So, like he said, we were attempting to challenge that and question who gave them permission to do that. I wasn't sure I ever consulted as far as being able to claim those lands as a build-up for future economy or for their companies. Basically. So we'll be working on that. We have to send in some challenges to the FCC, asking if we can appeal that and be taken off that build-up for them and put our claims into it, because we never allowed it to do that in the first place. So you have to try permission.
And there's a couple other things I just want to briefly report on. One is that the Department of Interior announced, it's called an electrification grant application. And it's for companies or tribal governments, it's open for everybody that can show the government how they can impact individual homes only in a group setting. You know, as far as green energy, energy efficiency, and that sort of stuff. Well, one of our consultants, his name is Dal Lavender. So between Dal Lavender, John, Sam's, and Sherry, we put together a preliminary application last December. We only had 2 weeks to do it because the government announced this only have 30 days to put the thing together. So we put the application in on 1st of December, and out of the 375 tribes, we were one of the 40 that was asked to participate in the big fund.
Right on.
So having said that, we only have 30 days to put together a big package. And most of that big package, we wanted to be shovel-ready projects. We didn't have anything big shovel-ready. So what we were able to do is that because we were one of the people selected, the government provided us with consultants to help us put the big package together. And so what we asked for is $3.5 million in legal and consultant fees for us to develop shovel-ready projects to be submitted for the next go-around, which is going to be next January, and we can get $20 million to do that. But we're talking about, like down to the village, if you look south that village, you see that solar panels down there. Those don't work because we haven't worked out a power purchase agreement with Cherry Todd or Basin Electric, so that solar energy that's being produced now is basically not being used for anything, just because nobody can work it out. Part of this money we're asking for is for the legal money to work out that problem between Cherry Todd and us and WAP, and to hire some engineers to develop those systems for all 20 of our communities. So not only will it be solar, but to be wind involved, and then the new technology for the geothermal, the underground steam stuff. And the whole goal is to get these outside communities as much off-grid as we can. And that's a very realistic possibility right now. So we just want that out to you.
So if you guys get a new Tesla, we'll have some charging stations or something.
No electric cars.
No, push that.
That's why our black bills are being legally monitored.
I have a question or comment, Wayne. Going back to the enforceable build-out that was awarded to Golden West, is that something that's always been in place, or is it something brand new?
It's been there for a long time, we just learned about it, so we didn't go through the tribe to get any kind of permission to be able to claim that land as far as their build-out.
That's always been there, Micah, but the reason why it's so critical right now is all this money that's available. They're trying to say because we don't have a franchise, we're not eligible for it.
Yeah.
That's why it's critical for us right now.
And that's what I was wondering too, I mean, because of the push that Golden West made when we were awarded the broadband grant. So I didn't know if this was something new that for some reason they got to push forward or something, so, yeah.
It's been there, but it's just getting.
It's gonna get ugly.
Yeah, ugly, yeah. You know, the last thing I wanna report is, I'm not sure how many of you are aware of the Bill 20 program we have with Cherry Todd. Are you all familiar with that? Nobody is? Okay. Back when the dams were built along the Missouri River, as a part of the land that was taken, part of our compensation, as river tribes were given power allocations from the dam. So each year, Rosebud was to receive a minimum of 2.5 megawatts of power from the Missouri River Dam, which is the cheapest in the world. In the 50s until 1999, what they were doing is they were taking our allocations, not only ours, but the rest of the tribes, that cheap power, and they were combining them with the power of Basin Electric, which is the huge electric company that provides all our power. But the cost of the power it takes to them for their nuclear plants, the coal-fired plants, which is very expensive, they were blending that so that everybody in the whole service area got a lower rate. But the tribes were never, ever compensated for it. Everybody in this like 10-state area to serve, everybody benefited, the tribes were never compensated. So in '99, this lawyer filed a suit against WAPA, and instead of them just giving us the money that they owe us every year, they compromised and then they come up with this bill crediting program. And how that works is that all the members, tribal members and businesses on the reservation, the tribe gets to choose who gets the credits. These credits amount to like a little over $1 million a year. The tribe gets to decide who gets them. Well, way back whenever this was done in '99 or whatever, they picked like 15 businesses, so they're on the schools. I think their jails and they're on there. And the rest of it went to our tribal members. So right now, every month, these programs that we pick, they get a credit of about $120,000 a year in credits. And they're supposed to pay the tribe the difference between what their bill was and what they have to pay because of the credit. And that's how we were supposed to get our money to pay for our tribal utilities. But for the past 4 or 5 years, for some reason, they aren't paying. So I'm going to bring a resolution back that reinforces the original resolution. I'm going to ask your support to make those programs pay that difference so that we can operate our tribal utilities commission. The other night, $700 some thousand, $800 some thousand goes to individual tribal members. Depends on how much you use. So if you look at your bill every month, you're going to see what you used and you're going to see a credit there. Some credits are as little as $5. I've seen some as much as $80 depending on how much you use.
How much was that credit for you?
It varies on how much you use.
But overall?
About 800 some thousand. Almost $1 million. So theoretically or technically, all that money should be coming to the tribal government. The tribal government should be able to allocate that. Well, because the bill crediting system, that's the way it's being done. And I'm telling you that if we go back and try to change that now, every one of your constituents are going to be pissed off, even if it's only $5. So what we want to do is we want to sit down with WAPA to figure out how we can change the system. We don't know how it's going to look like that or whatever, but that's part of the money we asked for in this grant for the lawyers to help us do that. But
That's just for Lake Creek and Cherry Cottage, not Rosebud.
Rosebud included in that, but Rosebud is so close to the river, and whoever their lawyers were at the time when they formed all these co-ops, they don't have all sales contractors with Rushmore and Basin and Cherry Todd. And all requirements contract. Cherry Todd, Lake Creek, and Cheyenne River, all these co-ops here, there's 8 of them for Rushmore Electric. And within Rushmore Electric, they agree not to buy the power from anybody else but Rushmore. And then Rushmore joins other 50 or so that form Basin, and they sign up all requirements contract. So they can't buy their power from anybody else but Rushmore and Basin. Rosebud for somehow didn't have to sign that. So their power over there is probably half or more cheaper than ours because of that. But one of the other things that we're trying to do with this money, this law firm, is to try to reestablish a relationship with WAPA. Right now, WAPA doesn't treat us or give us any more benefits than an individual member. Even though we're a tribal government, represent 35,000 people, we don't have any more rights than them. So we're trying to change that relationship so that we can then take advantage of not only of our power allocation, but when we negotiated our rights-of-way agreement, WAPA agreed to sell us all the power that we could ever use as a tribal government at their cost. And again, their cost is the cheapest in the nation. But we can't take advantage of it because we don't own any of the transmission lines, we're not a co-op ourselves or any of this stuff. So that's some of the stuff that we're working on through this grant.
Darren, do you have a question?
Yeah, I did actually. I was thinking about what you were talking about earlier about, the bottom portion of Clark County, like how we could find ways to see where they went wrong and how it was kind of given away, I guess. I was thinking maybe, if you went back to the 1904 Bravery Act, it might start there, because that was the first act that took away from us as a tribe, our land base, all together with the Bravery Trip, Burke, in Willett County. 1.5 million acres were taken from us, and the 12,000 homesteaders were able to fulfill their needs. The Burke Act only made us competent so they could take our deeds away from us, you know what I mean? So I think that we might need to go back, maybe the Treaty Council can help with that, because that's a big part of our treaties. 1889, when this state became formed, it was on illegal signatures of our people here in Rosebud. Everybody knows Age of McLaughlin did this illegally, so maybe that's where you need to look, you know. In the past, when I used to teach tribal laws, treaties, and governments, that's what we did with our students. We went through every tribal administration from 1934 when it was incepted as IRA, and we looked over what they did and what we were supposed to be doing now, and it's no different than 1934 to today. So, you know, it's in those policies that were meant to obliterate us, where, you know, my mother, she used to give great advice. She fought a lot for this tribe, and she used to say, it's in the wording. Every time Washington gets caught in a lie, they just make up a new law. You know, laws, lies, same thing. So I believe that if we're going to take a stance as a sovereign nation, then we need to fall back on what we went through in the past, and it's the only way to proceed, you know what I mean, into the future. So I'm going to do some research on that, because, you know, our water is affected by that. You know, 15, 16 billion gallons get pumped out to Washichu ranchers and farmers without 1 cent coming back to our tribe. So, you know, these are big issues, and thank you for addressing them and at least trying to bring them to the table, because it's important. Thank you. Lisa?
That's all I have unless you have questions.
Just on working with reestablishing our relationship with WAPA, I'll go ahead and make a motion to, if we can have River Bluffs do it, schedule a meeting with Tracy LeBeau from WAPA to come down. Should we have that with the council, or do you want to meet with, schedule that meeting?
We can meet with her first and then bring her down.
Okay.
That's part of what we've been talking to Jen about too. So.
Okay, so the motion will be to have River Bluffs schedule the meeting with, connection meeting with WAPA, Tracy LeBeau out of WAPA.
Okay, there's a motion.
That way we step in to go on where we want.
Do the second. Fremont, question by Emily. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Opposed?
1.
Chairman, I'm gonna take off after we pick up some minutes and stuff.
Motion to approve the treasurer's report, second by Ray. Any question? Michael, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Opposed?
1.
Okay, are we done for today?
Take out your bags and tractors.
Spray.
Let's recess till tomorrow. We don't have any resolutions.